When I was a kid, maybe 10 years old, we had a dog catcher in our neighborhood. We called him the Dogman. He'd ride around in his white van and corral any stray dogs he saw into his van to take them wherever people put stray dogs. He wasn't a bad guy. He armed himself with a kind word and a smile, proud in his duty of making our neighborhood safe. One time, a Rottweiler ran at me and started barking. The Dogman pulled up in his white van. The dog didn't even wait for him to get to our side of the street. This huge dogfight champion skittered off with his tail between his legs at the very idea of the dog catcher. He ran up and asked me if I was okay. I told him that the dog knocked me down. He gave me a pat on the head and a warm smile, saying that he'd whoop him good for me. I was a bit confused by this. He ruffled my hair and went back to the van. Nothing really seemed off about the Dogman. He just seemed to be another hard-working member of the community. He was very proud of his job. He sometimes bragged and told tall tales of catching prized dogfighting ring champions with only his bare hands, a biscuit and a handkerchief. He seemed to be just another uncle without a nephew. Come to think of it, none saw his family. He never mentioned them. None even knew where he lived. None thought much of it though, as he was just too friendly to hang out with constantly. Then, the pets started disappearing. This worried everyone greatly. In a suburban white neighborhood, pets were like furry sons and daughters. Then, people noticed. It wasn't pets in general that were disappearing. It was just the dogs. I brought this up to the Dogman, and he seemed genuinely concerned, like he had just found out his friends had gone missing. He vowed he would get to the bottom of this. He no longer had his trademark smile. It was now replaced by a cold, steely look, with some unidentifiable cloaked emotion in his eyes. Passion? Fear? He got into his van and rode away. My best friend Jeff's dog went missing. He bawled his eyes out about it. I tried to console him by saying that nothing could have carried him off, since he was the size of a bicycle. "He'll come back, Jeff. Just you wait," I said in an attempt to cheer him up. "No, Ralph," he said. "None of them have come back. None of them ever do." He shot me a look of pure sadness, and I knew it was time to leave. I walked out to the front hall and out the door. And on the way out, I saw something. A figurine of a dog. It was on Jeff's kitchen table, next to an open envelope that said Sandy in rough handwriting. The name of Jeff's dog, albeit grossly misspelled. While the handwriting was extremely crude, the figurine was surprisingly detailed. It looked hand-painted and depicted Sandy in all her canine glory. Jeff's mom was standing near it, talking on the phone. She gave me a little wave as I passed, and I waved back. As I walked out the door, I overheard something about no return address. I began my way home. We lived in a small white house, identical to all our neighbors' small white houses. I saw someone crouching over our neighbor's little black poodle. It was sleeping in the afternoon sun, and hadn't seemed to notice the person sneaking up on it. "Hey," I said. The figure spun around. It was the Dogman. The poodle turned and saw that the Dogman had been sneaking up on her, and began yapping and running away. The Dogman whirled fully around to face me, and asked if something was wrong. "Why were you sneaking up on that dog?" I asked in an accusatory manner. I was just gonna pet her, is all, he responded sulkily, pouting a little. He didn't seem like such of a bad guy now. This wasn't the guy who kidnaps Jeff's dog, I thought to myself. I hastily apologized, earning a "no worries mate, I understand," and a wink from the dogman, explaining that I was worried he was going to kidnap her. His face turned to stone. Kidnapping? What makes you think they're being kidnapped? He asked, almost frantically, grabbing one of my shoulders. I jerked out of his grasp and ran away. I looked back. He was walking in the other direction, towards the forest. I went home and told my mom about how weird the dogman was acting. She consoled me and told me to go get some rest. I went to sleep and had nightmares about a horrible whimpering noise in the woods that was quickly silenced by a howl so loud I swear it was right in my ears. I jolted awake and saw a figure of a man outside my window, walking with a bag slung over his shoulder. He turned as if he knew I was looking at him and turned his head towards my window. It was the dogman. He flashed a quick smile and headed into the woods, slowly, deliberately, and confidently. I tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't manage it. The image of Jeff's dog rotting in some cave or out in the woods alone, or wherever this sick man had put the dogs, shook me too much. I had to know. I figured I owed Jeff that much. He deserved to know what happened to his dog. I snuck downstairs. It was 12 a.m, so my mum would be fast asleep. I quietly put on my coat and boots and snuck outside. It was a clear night, so the moon would provide me with enough light, but I didn't want to take any chances, so I grabbed a flashlight. Better to be safe than sorry, right? I also took a kitchen knife. Again, better to be safe. I followed the path the dogman had taken into the woods, noticing the disturbing lack of sound. It felt like there were no animals out here. Nothing but trees for kilometers. It felt oppressive. I kept going. Eventually, after what felt like an hour of walking, I arrived at an old house. It was originally white, but half the paint had chipped off to reveal mouldering and rotting wood. A crudely painted sign out front labelled it as the Dog House, all poorly spelled. Thinking back, it closely resembled the writing on the envelope. So, he was behind it all. That sick asshole had walked among us, shared concern about the dogs he was kidnapping, pretending to be our friend. I had to know what was behind the door. I noticed it was half open and light was shimmering through it. I wouldn't need the flashlight then. I put it away and crept forward. Although the outside was decrepit, the inside looked okay. Sparsely furnished, but not falling apart. There was an old TV playing a show about dogs on the Animal Channel. The volume was turned all the way down. I looked to the other side of the room. There were a large amount of dog figurines and some oil paints. So, he was repainting them to look like the dogs he took. Strangely creative for a psychopath. I looked over to the small kitchen unit. The only food he had was a half-empty bag of dog food. What was he eating then? Could he be eating the dogs? I pushed the thought from my mind. I noticed there was only one bowl on the floor. Only one. There were no dogs on this floor, and there was only one bowl here. He couldn't have been eating from it. The thought disgusted me. What was wrong with this man? Did he think he was half dog or something? His clothes were thrown on the couch. Oh good, he must have gone off to bed. His bedroom would likely be on the upper level. I would check the basement easily this way. As I approached the basement door, I heard a small, pathetic whimpering noise. I hoped it was Sandy. I headed down the spitefully creaky stairs and saw what would easily be the most horrific sight of my life. Dog carcasses littered the floor, huge bites taken out of their throats and faces. Some of them were skinned, and their pelts hung up to dry next to their decaying bodies. I almost vomited at the sight and smell of it. The odor was so powerful, I could taste it. There were a few dogs that were still alive, albeit grossly malnourished. These ones were bleeding from their back end. I would later realize that he was abusing them. One of them was the black poodle from my neighbor's yard. It was shaking profusely. I looked over to the center of the room, and there he was, lying naked, except for a mask of a border collie and a pile of pelts, was the dogman. He was covered in blood. I almost screamed, thinking I was given away, until I realized he was asleep. Sandy was lying next to him, unconscious, connected to a leash in his hand. The whimpering increased in volume as the dogs saw me. The dogman was starting to stir. I would have to be quick. I crept over to the dogman and jostled Sandy awake. He saw me and started licking my face. I cut a leash and nudged her up the stairs. There was no telling where she would go now. Hopefully Jeff's house, but anywhere was better than this. I heard a growling behind me. Not dog growling, human growling. I whirled around to see that the dogman was awake on all fours. I sprinted out of the basement so fast it would Olympic teeters to shame. I could hear him behind me, barking, growling, snarling and howling. Just when I thought I could slow down, I would feel his hot breath behind me and hear the panting getting closer. And I'd have to push myself even harder. Somehow, I made it to the edge of the woods. I looked back to see the dogman down on all fours, not wearing his mask. He must have lost it while we were running. He howled at the sky and trotted back into the woods. I blacked out. I woke up back home in my bed. It looked like it was approaching noon outside. How long was I out? My mom was sitting on my bed with me. "Sweetheart," she asked, "what on earth were you doing near the woods at the beginning of the night?" She said this so sweetly, so innocently, so motherly, it broke my heart. I told her what had happened through my pathetic weeping. She said that it would all be alright, that they'd tell his bosses, and they wouldn't let him be a dog catcher anymore, that Jeff's dog made it home and was okay now, but that they needed me to tell them where he lived. I told her I loved her, and she said the same through tears of her own. The next day, the search party was sent out, consisting of pet owners and policemen. They went into the woods, back to that goddamned doghouse, and they found it. They found everything I described. I think maybe 5 of the 25 or so dogs abducted made it out alive, and those dogs were viciously sodomized and abused by that monster. The only thing they didn't find was the dogman. They contacted the people who would have employed him, and they said there was no dog catcher registered for that area. As far as they knew, he never existed. None ever got his name, so we could never find him. For all I know, the dogman could still be out there today. He probably is. One of the reasons I'm bringing this up is to help cope with it. I feel like if I type it out, maybe some of my fear and depression will leach out of me and onto the page, or something like that. The other reason I'm bringing this up, I recently moved in with my girlfriend. She's the nicest girl in the world, and she has a dog named Tough Guy. I woke up one morning and came downstairs to find her crying on the couch. I asked her what was wrong, and she said that Tough Guy must have run off during the night. The weird thing was, she didn't remember putting him out. My heart sank, and my face turned to stone. She asked me what was wrong. I didn't hear her. I walked out the front door to the mailbox and checked it. Nothing. I was hit with a wave of relief. Hopefully, someone had seen Tough Guy run off and sent him to the pound or something. Maybe he was hit by a car. The thought broke my heart, but it was better than what the dogman would have done to him. I walked back inside and realized I wasn't wearing my glasses. I walked back upstairs to the bedroom, already planning out a strategy to search for Tough Guy, when I saw it. There, on my nightstand, was an envelope. You wake up in the middle of the night. Your cat is cozily nested between your knees, and the weight of your blanket warms your tired body nicely. You sigh happily. When you are about to drift again into a sweet slumber, your cat hisses and runs frantically off your bed and hides behind the curtains. She's never acted so oddly before, and that upsets you. You look around in your room for anything that could have startled her, but nothing is out of the ordinary. You stay still and listen for anything unusual. You can hear your cat drinking water from a bowl in the hall, making that disgusting slurping sound that always disturbs you. Relieved that nothing is wrong, you lie back down and pull your blanket up to your chin. But before you close your eyes, you see the shadowy silhouette of your feline friend ducking under your desk, her hair standing up. You gasp. If it isn't your cat drinking water, then where does the sound come from? Slowly, and as silently as possible, you get off your bed. But despite your best efforts, the old wooden framework groans loudly. You freeze. The slurping sound stops for a second before it resumes. Any doubts that this was your imagination's doing are cast away. Heart pounding on your chest, you tiptoe your way to the door. You step out of your room and look across the hallway towards your cat bowl. And there you see her. Your mother, crouching on hands and knees. Her limbs are long and skinny, and her fingers are gaunt and bony. Her messy hair covers her pale, distorted face, her skin stretched against her cheekbones. She is licking greedily the water in your cat's bowl, with a tongue black as coal and twice the normal size. Suddenly, she stops. She slowly turns her head towards you. She stares deeply into your eyes, her pupils two unmoving dots of malice. You jump in panic and run back into your room while your mother gallops on all fours towards you. You close the door behind you, moments before it starts shaking violently. loud bangs echoing across the house. You quickly throw your body against the door, blocking it. The whole doorframe quakes fiercely, but you hold firm. Then, the banging stops. An otherworldly sense of stillness hangs in the air. After a few seconds of excruciating silence, the knob starts turning. "Honey, is something wrong?" You hear your mother's soothing voice from the other side. "Why did you close the door? I'm worried. Please let me in." Well, here I am again. Therapy. In my opinion, it's just a waste of time. How can talking to someone an hour a week actually help them with their problems? I better get it over with, I guess. When I opened the door, cool air surrounded me. You would think after 2 years of coming here I would be used to it, but I wasn't. I signed in and took my seat next to a woman who was reading a book. I could feel my anxiety, and I tried my best to stay calm. It must have been pretty obvious because the woman looked up from her book and smiled at me. "Is this your first time here?" she asked. No, I am a regular." At this point, I started shaking uncontrollably. She laughed and told me there was no reason to be nervous. "You know, I used to be just like you," she continued. "It'll get better, I promise." She grabbed her purse, which had been on the carpet beside her chair, and pulled out a pen and a piece of paper. "Well, if you ever need someone to talk to outside of this place, give me a call." I looked at her, wanting to say something, but I couldn't form the words. She wrote down her number on a piece of paper and placed it in my hand. I stared at it for a while before I heard my name be called. I stood up and walked to the usual room to meet with my therapist. When I opened the door, I noticed my therapist wasn't there. Instead was a man who I suspected to be in his 70s. The man gestured for me to have a seat. I didn't move. "It's okay to be nervous, son. Take your time and get comfortable." He took out a pencil and began writing something down as he waited for me. After about 5 minutes, I finally gathered the courage to sit. I waited for him to say something, but he didn't. He just continued writing. "Where is my usual therapist?" I asked, trying to break the silence. He put down his pencil and looked me in the eyes. At that moment, I felt something different. It wasn't my usual anxiety or depression, but serenity. It was as if, just by looking him in the eyes, all of the previous pain was gone. Something came up and he wasn't able to make it. He picked up his pencil and started writing again. When our eye contact was broken, that sense of peace had left me, and all of the pain came back. Without looking at me, he continued. "I understand you've been having trouble dealing with your anxiety lately." "Yeah, He interrupted me before I could finish. "You don't have to explain. I already have enough information." I didn't know what was going on anymore. His process, or whatever you would call this, wasn't normal. I understand that in normal therapy, you would need to explain your problem in detail, but this isn't normal therapy. I've spent a large portion of my life studying human behavior. He put down his pencil and turned his chair towards the window. But recently, I've discovered more unorthodox methods of therapy. I won't go into any detail, but I will tell you this. If you want to be done with these weekly sessions and live the rest of your life happily, just say the word and I can make it happen. What are you talking about? At this point, I was confused, a little scared, but also curious. If what you're saying is true, why don't you set up your own business and make real money instead of being a sit-in therapist? He let out a sigh. Money won't lead you to happiness. I just want to see others enjoy life as much as I do. So, what will it be? Who was this guy? Could he really get rid of my mental illnesses? I know I shouldn't entertain this offer, but if this guy wasn't crazy and he really could help, I had to know. I accept. Excellent. He turned from the window and looked at me, and again the pain I felt had vanished. He stood up, still making eye contact, and walked towards me. Now, remember. He paused. From this point on, you will be in control. What you say, what you do, how you feel. I nodded in acknowledgement, and he escorted me back to the main lobby. He wished me luck as I signed out and left the building. The world seemed so different to me now. Everything seemed much brighter and lively. For the first time in my life, I felt in control. No more sadness, no more anger, no more anxiety. I could finally do what I've always wanted. I didn't know where to start or who to start with. Remembering the number I was given in the lobby before my session, I pulled out the piece of paper and smiled. Ah yes, my first victim. As George lay on the tiled floor of the convenience store, currently sinking to the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean, with various bags of chips and sugar-loaded snacks atop and all around him, he felt as if his soul had stayed above the water. In the pitch-black, suffocating darkness that made his skin shiver like something massive with fuzzy feelers was crawling over him, he had ceased to breathe. If he could bring himself to move, if fear had not slithered up his brainstem and paralyzed him, he would have put his hand on his chest to see if his heart was still pumping blood through his cold, stiff body. While unsure about his soul, his mind was certainly still above, recalling the sprawling boardwalk empire erected in the middle of the sea. It was mostly supported by steel beams drilled and anchored far below into rock. George had been wandering the cityscape shortly before the incident, inhaling the fresh air, admiring the stars and their reflections on the water mixed with the neon glow of the towers, creating a shivering painting. Away from the pollutions of commoners and their filth, one could enjoy such liberties for a high price. He was a lonely fellow, and moving himself to this man-made island had not remedied this. The people he passed on the sturdy, or so he thought, boardwalk may as well have been walking phantasms, for he was incapable of interacting with them. What could he say to the people that knew and had everything? Conversations were not struck here. It was a matter of two people silently deciding to humor the other person and listen to whatever bragging they had to offer about something they likely both owned. Friendship was a facade in this new society. There was not a poor man to be found in the city of Amphitrite, named after the god Poseidon's bride. Yet, the wealthy needed simplicities as much as their underlings, and such cravings led George to the convenience store, located a short walk away from the towers and apartments. He wandered in and perused the expensive versions of food back on land, despite already knowing what he wanted. Anything to put off the feeling of isolation in his apartment. The store was empty, save for himself and the cashier, a young man. He had most likely been brought here by his parents. Lucky brat, George thought, as he spared a glance at him, then returned his gaze to the magazine he was holding. When he grew bored enough, he selected his bottle of poison for the night, a bag of vapid food, and sauntered over to the counter. The cashier wordlessly rung up the price, hardly registering George's presence. The boy was in the right place, he thought. Someone who had found themselves at the top without working their way there deserved servitude. He pulled the money from his wallet and was handing it over when he suddenly felt disoriented. The world seemed to be turning and everything was sliding. As he found himself hurling over the counter, he heard the store crash into the ocean. Steel shutters slammed over the glass windows and doors. The power cut off, and George had died. Or so he believed, as he remained still while the sea swallowed him whole. After what seemed like an eternity, the emergency generator kicked in and the lights snapped back on. He drew in a deep breath greedily, though it felt more like an instinct than a purposeful act. He forced himself up and looked over the counter to see everything in disarray. Soft drinks had flown from the coolers, the doors now hanging wide open. Cheap wine bottles had fallen and shattered, making large, dark puddles. The newspaper rack had turned over, its papers scattered across the floor. The place looked lived in by bums. George looked to the cashier and saw a look of absolute terror plastered on his pale face. "Hey," George said meekly. The boy apparently hadn't heard him and continued to stare at the floor, shocked. George saw by the name tag that his name was Ken. "Hey, Ken." Ken's head snapped up, eyes wide. "What the hell happened?" George asked, with much more panic in his voice than he would have preferred. I don't know," Ken muttered. George let out an aggravated sound and pulled out his phone, quickly dialing for emergency services. He held it up to his ear, wondering how he could explain this when, to his astoundment, he was greeted by the incessant beeping tone of a busy signal. "Try yours," he told Ken desperately. Ken dialed the number with a shaky hand and listened. George waited, praying. Then, as he heard what he feared, he realized that, however far down in the ocean they were now, it was not as deep as the depths to which his heart had sank. "What do we do?" Ken asked. "Those shutters, is there a switch for them? Can we lift them?" "Yeah," Ken said nervously, "but the glass might shatter, and then—" "We're sinking further down every second. We gotta swim." He started towards Ken, looking for the switch in question. "No, wait!" Ken cried. "This has happened before. Back when Amphitrite was still built, they brought in a boat with a crane and pulled up the building." "What? Really?" George asked, incredulous. "Yes, so we need to wait. We might be too far down to swim up now. I don't want to drown." George hesitated. "They're probably pulling us up now." George wanted to believe that. God, he wanted to. but he couldn't stop picturing the entire store plunging down, further than anyone thought possible, deep enough into the sea where one would cease to exist and become a distant memory. He found himself breathing rapidly. "How much oxygen do we have?" he asked. "There are oxygen tanks in the back in case of something like this happening. When they start getting thin, we can use them. I doubt we'll have to resort to that though. We'll be back up any minute now, I'm positive." Right, George thought cynically. What was the pressure going to do to the building, to their bodies? He closed his eyes and forced himself to take slow breaths, debating with himself. The ocean was teeming with sharks, most likely hungry and aggravated ones at that. How far would he make it before sharp teeth sunk into his leg and shredded his flesh to ribbons? Then his blood would rise and join the painting on the water's surface, little blotches of crimson. He hopped over the counter, forced himself to stop thinking, and grabbed a bottle of pop. For a while, silence hung in the air like a thick fog. George tried his best to think of something happy, somewhere else to be besides stuck in an elevator to hell. Part of him was silently counting down the time. The other half desperately tried to remain ignorant. He dialed emergency services on his phone once more. Still busy. He tried every other contact in his phone, only to have the same result. The busy signal rattled in his head, echoing even after he had given up. A thought came to him, simple and short, yet it sent ripples of paranoia throughout his body. Maybe they had turned his phone off. The people in charge. Maybe they were doing their best to cover this up as soon as possible, pull a blanket over the mess, so as to not cause a panic, so people wouldn't leave. George was a loner. No one was even going to notice he was gone. No one had known he was here when the place sank. As for Ken, who was going to care? He never belonged in the first place. His parents may make a fuss, but with enough money. Something slammed against the glass beyond the shutter, making George jump. His eyes widened as he saw water begin to leak inside. Was it sharks or something bigger? Something struck again, this time making a large dent in the shutters. George's body shivered as he heard a squelching, slithering sound. The leaking water now had glowing, green tint to it. The creature had cut itself on the glass and was bleeding. No matter, it continued the onslaught, quickly flooding the store. George backed onto the corner and put his head down between his knees, hands pulling his hair. When the beast finally seemed to subside, a ringing began to reverberate in his ear, so quiet at first that he hadn't even noticed. It gradually grew louder and louder, making George cover his ears, but to no avail. He screamed, but even then couldn't drown out the piercing, drilling sound. Blood began to seep between his fingers, tears sliding down his face. Just when he thought he was going to die from the agony, it stopped. He gasped for air, indifferent to the circumstances. "Ken?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He called again, louder, and received no response. George rose on shaky legs and walked to the counter, making small splashes. He put his hands on the counter and stopped. How much madness would his mind take before it shattered? Or perhaps it was already fractured. He slowly turned to see Ken and discovered that he was wrong. He had been the sane one up until this point. When he saw the luminous tentacle sliding down Ken's throat, and his eyes rolled into the back of his head. George felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by a numbing sensation. On instinct, he screamed. He screamed until his lungs were ready to burst. He screamed so loudly that it may have even created a ripple on the surface of the sea. George screamed out what was left of his humanity while the tentacle explored the insides of the boy, its tip pushing beyond one of its pupils until it popped out. The tip waggled at George, as if waving hello. George slid to his knees and then lay back on the wet, tiled floor. In his mind, he could hear Ken's voice, although it was borrowed. It told him that his suspicions were correct. They had turned his phone off. In fact, this was all planned. It questioned George. He didn't think that building a utopia on the sea, where mankind did not belong, would be of no consequence, did he? Paradise came at a price. A building had fallen into the depths the past year, but the rescue story was a lulling fabrication, just as the one regarding George would be, if anyone bothered to inquire. This year had not required a large sacrifice, but next time would require a large sum. His tendrils unfurling delicately toward him and still speaking in Ken's voice. The creature assured him that Amphitrite would stay and continue to prosper, to grow, and so too would it. My son is 7 years old and a pretty normal kid, despite a few odd, read as creepy as hell tendencies. You see, ever since the day he was born, he has always seemed just off. His name is Ronan, and he was born March 22nd, 2009 at 2:02 p.m. His little sister, Larissa, was born just 2 minutes later. He came out pink and chubby, with that little patent smirk already glued to his features. Larissa came out shrieking in an ear-piercing wail. That trend stuck over the first few months. One of the many little oddities that make up his personality. My little boy rarely ever cries. I say rarely because there is one little thing that has always managed to elicit tears, but I will get to that shortly. Larissa seems to always cry. When she's hungry or needs a diaper change, sleep-shattering screams and tears. Dropped a toy or wanted attention, blood-curdling wails drenched in tears. Ronan, however, never cried. I'm not even exaggerating. As a newborn, he slept fitfully, like he was having nightmares, but never once were tears involved. We had to synchronize his bottle time to Larissa's hunger cries, and diaper change came by the way of good old squeeze and sniff. Not to mention the fact he always had that half smirk, half smile permanently attached to his face. Ronan also had a tendency to smash dolls and toys. Any humanoid-shaped doll would get its head bashed into the ground over and over by the time he was just a few months old. This little tendency stuck for years, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. The first time my son ever cried totally shocked me to my core. He was around 6 months old, and I was playing with him and Larissa. My little girl had chucked her little ball, and it hit me upside the head. Being the awesome parent I am, I decided to dramatize the incident and fall out feigning being knocked unconscious. My daughter must have thought it was the funniest thing in the world. Her little giggle erupted immediately. My son likewise erupted, except his was in tears and screams of agony. I quickly hopped up to comfort him, but the revelation hit me like an epiphany. This was the first time he had cried since birth. After I managed to calm him, I decided to pretend to hit my head and fall out again. Same reactions. My daughter squealed in delight, while my son screamed in terror. The day he fell off the couch and split his head open, he didn't cry. Not even when the doctor was stitching up his head did he cry. This may not seem odd at first, but when you consider the fact that most 6-month-old kids don't have the concept of death or danger, you can see why this was so strange. Even to this very day, he only cried when a family member falls out from a head injury. By the time my little man could walk, we had to hide all of my daughter's dolls because he would smash their heads to pieces. He also had a habit of following my wife and I, as well as relatives around wherever you went. He was only 1 when he mastered walking on his own, but he wasn't stringing together sentences yet. I can remember tons of times where I would turn around suddenly and see Ronan standing there right behind me, never having heard him following. He would flash that same little smile he was born with and giggle before bum rushing me with his arms spread wide, too irresistibly cute not to pick up and hug. It wasn't until an attempted break-in at home caused me to realize what had been going on. My wife and I do pretty well for ourselves, and somehow this must have made us a target, because that was the 3rd attempt in 2 months. Having had enough of it, and the cops seemingly not caring about it, I decided to put a camera system inside and outside my home, mainly hallways and living room areas. Not too long after, there was another attempted break-in. After that last attempt, I decided to go and review the footage. What I saw was disturbing. By the time my son could walk well, Ronan had been stalking everyone in the house. He was like a little ninja, dipping into doorways and hiding behind furniture. And he always wore a blank expression. When I say blank, I mean entirely devoid of any and all emotion. He would just stalk you and stare at your back the entire time with this eerie, ageless expression. He would never be more than 10 feet away, and every time he would be noticed, he would go into the biggest smile his face could muster and giggle in such an infectious way that you couldn't help but smile along. His follow-up was always a charging hug. Always. Perhaps the creepiest part is when his little head hit your shoulder in an embrace. His smile would just fade back to that same blank look. It was like it was all for show. In fact, the more I dug, the more I noticed that he wore the same look when no one was actively looking his way. I admittedly became somewhat obsessed with watching the videos every day, and his routine never changed until he turned 3. It was around this age that I noticed Ronan tended to be a little rough and violent with Larissa on occasion. They were both talking fluently at this point, and part of me thought he was picking on her for being soft. Larissa has always been the type that you had to rock to sleep and read bedtime stories to as she got older. Ronan, however, didn't want part of this. Never once would he allow you to rock him to sleep, let alone tuck him in. Ever since he could walk, around age 1, he was always gone to bed on his own and just went to sleep. Fitful sleep, but sleep nonetheless. I just chalked it up to their respective quirks and went on about my job of being a dad. Not long after they both turned 3, I noticed that my daughter seemed scared of Ronan. Not so much scared like she never wanted to be around him, she just never wanted to be alone with him, even more so after dark. They often laughed and played during the day, and likewise when my wife and I were around. It didn't take long for me to realize my daughter would wake up with bruises she didn't have the day before. Every time my wife or myself asked about them, she would only say, "I don't want to talk about it." Fearing the worst, I decided to set up cameras in Ronan and Larissa's rooms. The very night, I caught something. The video was of my son and daughter sitting in the floor of a room playing with a lettered block set. They were smiling and laughing when all of a sudden my daughter randomly asked, "Did you have any brothers or sisters from before that you used to play with like this?" My son's smile immediately melted away, leaving nothing but that now familiar blank stare in its wake. His hand slowly uncurled, dropping the block he was holding. His little body tensed up so tight he was nearly shaking. Suddenly, he lunged at Larissa and grabbed her arm, then twisted up and around her back forcefully, before storming off and climbing into his bed. I immediately bolted to my daughter's room where she was sleeping. I pulled up her pajamas sleeve and saw fresh bruises where Ronan had grabbed her the night before. I awoke her and asked repeatedly how she got them, but she flat out refused to say a word. It wasn't until I took her and showed her the video that she responded with, "Ask Bubby." So, ask him I did, and I'll never forget what he said. I asked him to follow me to my office, and he happily agreed with a smile. As soon as I loaded up the video, his smile faded into that blank look he has always been so careful about hiding, even as a 1-year-old. "Care to explain this?" I asked him as the video played. He stared at me, unblinking, for so long that I thought he would never respond. "The dolls, Daddy," he had suddenly said. "What dolls, son?" "All the dolls I have always smashed on their heads." He paused a minute, stifling a sniffle and stopping the tears forming before they ever fell. "I started doing it to try and tell you and Mommy what happened to me." He roared the last part, clearly getting frustrated and angry. My wife walked in at this point, and she immediately knew something was wrong. I quickly showed her the video before returning to my son. "Go ahead, buddy. You can tell Mommy and me anything. We won't judge you, son." Ronan seemed hesitant, but he spoke anyways. "The dolls. I started smashing them because it's what happened to me." My mind stumbled in confusion, but my wife asked what that had to do with hurting Larissa. He looked truly embarrassed and stared at his feet, but he responded anyway. "She knows. I told her about it and she won't stop asking me questions. I don't want to do it, but I don't want to answer her questions. She doesn't understand and always asks bad things." His frustration seemed to grow with each sentence. "Well, what are the good questions, buddy?" I asked. He looked down again and didn't say a word. Son. I reached out and drew his head up while stroking his cheek. "Your mother and I love you very, very much. We will listen to whatever you say without judgment." "You promise, Daddy? Mommy?" His eyes seemed to reflect a sadness that no 3-year-old should ever know. We promise." My wife and I sounded off in sync. Ronan took a deep breath for courage and went about immediately telling a story that had my wife and I staring with jaws parted. My wife and myself had always had a little inside joke about him being an old soul in a little body, simply because how advanced he was for his age, but we had no idea how right we were. You see, Ronan was walking on his own by age 1 and talking in complete sentences by 2.5. Larissa was never far behind him, but our little man seemed to carry a burden on his shoulders when compared to Larissa, and he always seemed wise beyond his years. We quickly learned why. I smashed the dolls because it's what happened to me. I've been scared to tell you, but I was born February 11th, 1808. I lived somewhere in here in America, and a man who was friends with my daddy murdered me when I was 15. He beat my head into the ground until I died. His little face was the picture of pure sadness, yet he stumbles on, his words flowing out without pause. I can't remember much. I can't remember my parents' faces or the man's face who killed me. All I know is that I had a brother and a sister who died when she was a baby. I can't remember what happened to my parents or my brother, but I do know they never caught the bad man. At this last sentence, he started to hyperventilate and cry. Full-on crying, equipped with little snot bubbles and hiccups. My wife picked him up and squeezed him into a tight hug as I wiped his nose. "It's okay, son. Look at me, buddy." His blue eyes locked onto mine, and for the first time, I really clocked the agelessness in them. "Your mommy and I love you very much, and we promise that we will always keep you safe. You hear me, don't you, son?" His little face transformed yet again, and he smiled such a sweet little smile. "You promise, Daddy?" "I promise, son." Ronan reached out and drugged me into a warm hug, sandwiching himself between his mother and myself. "Ah, thank you, Daddy," he says with genuine excitement. "I knew I chose right." "What do you mean, handsome?" my wife asks tenderly as she caresses his cheek. "By picking you and Daddy to be my parents, silly. I've been waiting and watching all this time to find who I wanted to come back and be born to." My wife and I could only stare and smile at that latest revelation. My son is 7 now, and he has had nightmares every night. He wakes up screaming for us, and has added little bits of information over the years. He has been much more loving and open since our little intervention, and he only tends to get angry when asked about his past life. He only likes to talk about it when he brings it up first. Over time, he had said that his past father was a farmer, and they lived in a big white house that was surrounded by fields and woods. He can even describe what his parents and attackers wore in remarkable, accurate detail for the time, yet he still can't picture faces. I honestly don't know what to believe, but I do know the facts. My son has been acting out on this since before he was a year old, and he has had nightmares where he wakes up screaming every night. He is constantly reliving or dreaming of a vision of a time long gone, and very accurate references, and reliving a vision of having his skull bashed in every night. Whether it's a real memory or something else, I truly don't know. I just hope one day he can find peace. It was August 3rd, 1999, and my family had just moved into this colonial house originally built in 1853. It was one of the first subdivision-esque communities in the northern New Hampshire at the time, and my dad, being the history aficionado he is, fell in love as soon as he saw the memorial emblem on the side of the house. We didn't know what made the house so special, aside from its considerable age, but the house itself was quite magnificent. So my parents eagerly accepted the rather cheap $550,000 price, and we quickly moved in. I was always a shy kid, and, especially with my weight problem during this time, never really socialized or got to know my community. This was the fourth time I had moved since I started school, so I never really understood the point of socializing if I had to say goodbye to those people anyway. All things considered, my first few weeks there were surprisingly enjoyable. I loved walking around the neighborhood and investigating my new surroundings, playing with the neighborhood pets as they were let out by their owners, and just being the good kid in the community. I wasn't used to so much attention, and actually feeling loved was quite exciting. After a few weeks, I grew familiar with the area and decided to do some exploring of the house. I was checking every nook and cranny, looking for old books, spiders, whatever weird stuff I could find. I found a couple old coins, some dusty, abandoned corners that no one else noticed, and other such trivial discoveries, none of which I paid any attention to. The only thing that really caught my eye was a hidden door I had found in the kitchen. I viewed this as my discovery, so I always kept it to myself. It was hidden behind the fridge, and no one really noticed it. I was able to move the fridge away from the door. I only did so when I knew I would be home alone, as to not be discovered. The door was locked, so I couldn't get past it, but just investigating it was exciting. It was very dated compared to the rest of the house. A knocker as a doorknob, aged, and extremely dense wood. The whole 9 yards. My parents told me that they were going out on a dinner date and that they would trust me for the night. I decided that this night I would finally crack the code of the mysterious door and see what lies past the horizon. As soon as they left, I set to work. My parents loved watching TV shows and movies about crime. Therefore, there were a lot of scenes explaining how to pick locks. I tried swiping the lock with an old Blockbuster card my mom had, to no avail. Grunting about the hard work ahead of me, I straightened the paperclip and began plucking at the lock. After 10 minutes, I grew frustrated at my failure and slammed the paperclip into the lock as hard as I could. For some reason, that alone cracked the lock and opened the door. The door creaked loudly as I slowly pushed it open. An odor filled the kitchen area as more and more of the hidden room became exposed. I still can't exactly put my finger on what it was. It seemed to just reek of age. Even though the kitchen was brightly lit, the area behind the door was purely black, almost as if the basement was sucking up the light and destroying it as the waves came into contact with the secret room. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it into the abyss to find a decayed flight of stairs with a broken rail. In the very distance, I could barely make out a decrepit floor that seemed stained by something, but I wasn't sure. I felt a captivating feeling of discomfort and anguish as the aura of the room flooded me. Something told me to turn around and run, but I had already come too far. Terrified and apprehensive, I took my first step into the abyss that would soon become my new home. The stairs bellowed below me with every step I took. I became wary of the possible reality that the staircase wasn't sturdy and eaten away by termites, and that I would go plunging through the wood at any moment to my injury or death. Determined to push on, I rushed to the bottom of the stairs and slammed my feet against the cold ground. I shone my flashlight around me to reveal the detail of this secret room, and, to my astonishment, the room was extremely fancy. The floor was made entirely of marble, the walls had fine art on them, veils were hung from the ceiling as decoration, and the room was lined with gold. There was nothing in the high-class room aside from the paintings. For some reason, the room reminded me of an old-time barber shop or something. It seemed too nice. Noticing that there was a hallway in the corner of the room, I walked over to it. As soon as I arrived at the passageway, I noticed a distinct change in the quality of the decorations. The hallway was just a dull grey all around, made with cheap rock and no decorations whatsoever. Getting to this hallway made my knees shake. I really wanted to turn back then, but I couldn't. I knew what I had to do. I began stepping down the hallway. The hallway wasn't very big to begin with. Despite this, it continued to grow smaller and tighter as I walked more, seeming almost to be slowly collapsing into itself. I thought I had found the mother lode. This was a secret passage that obviously extended past the house. There had to be something really good at the end of this tunnel. Maybe treasure, ancient remains, maybe even heaven. I had to find out. Just when the tunnel almost became impassable due to how insanely tiny it was, it quickly opened up into a room about 7 feet wide by 40 feet long. The room was creepy to say the least. Spider webs with egg sacs littered the room. Cockroaches seemed to have found a new world order here, and the walls themselves were stained and cracked. 3 particular cracks lay side by side on a side wall, almost looking like claw marks. At the very end of the room, in the center of the back wall, was a picture frame. Advancing to the picture, I grew more and more terrified. I finally mustered up the courage to lift my flashlight and gaze at the picture that stood before me. I raised my flashlight and literally felt the life flush out of me as my eyes met the picture. The picture seemed to be of a woman. She had been brutally tortured and beaten. She bore a Chelsea grin, extending all the way to her ears. Her left eye was missing. Her hair had been burned off. Her upper lip had been cut off and removed, revealing her entire gum line, which was also clearly plagued with extremely severe gingivitis. And the rest of her entire face was covered in blood, cuts and bruises as well. What was most disturbing, however, was her skin. It varied in hue, sometimes human peach, sometimes a mouldy green. It seemed as if her skin began to grow a fungus, and that said fungus was causing her skin to rupture. Numerous boils plagued her complexion, and it almost seemed like her skin was peeling or melting off. Someone had carved a haunting smile into the side of her neck, eerily similar to her Glasgow smile. On the side of her neck, coming down to the top of her torso, were carved the words, "I am a whore." No matter which way I moved, the picture seemed to follow my every movement. Horrified and freaked out, I dashed out of the room and tore down the hallway at full speed. I ran into the fancy room and darted up the stairs, slamming the door behind me and quickly pulling the refrigerator over it. I felt like I was being stalked. I soon realized that, in a way, I was. One of the spider webs had caught into my hair, and a family of 100 freshly hatched baby spiders and their mother were making a new home in my locks. I grabbed a can of Raid and brought that family to their end quickly. It was night by then, and my parents had just gotten home. I quickly washed my hair and said hello. They asked me what I did, and I told them that I just read a few books, took a walk, played with a few of the neighborhood kids, and just relaxed. I went off to bed shortly after that, tossing and turning throughout the night. After what seemed like hours, I finally dozed off. The next few days were fine, the horror of that night seeming to fade away. I went back to play with the neighborhood kids a lot, just walking around, being myself. I completely forgot what the girl looked like, almost as if it never even happened. One day, I was showing a new friend of mine around the house. He thought the house was awesome, looking at every little thing like it was magical. He made a mess in my room, of course, but he's a bit of a spaz, so I expected it. Once I finished showing him the upstairs rooms, the living room and the dining room, he darted into the kitchen to grab something to drink. Too tired to follow him, I just gazed out of the window. Suddenly, I heard him exclaim that he had found a door, and as soon as that rang out, I heard the scrape of a refrigerator against tile. I screamed at him to stop, but he was too fast and he ran down. I followed him, and he was astonished by the beauty of the fancy room. He looked at all the beautiful paintings, danced around the room, and acted as if he was in an old-time movie. I could feel that anxiety again. I didn't like being down here. I told him to come upstairs and he obliged. When we got upstairs, I noticed that he had a piece of paper in his hands. He must have grabbed it while dancing around. I asked him for it. I opened it up and saw that it was a handwritten receipt for a super durable window, one that could not be broken, along with concrete blocks, drywall, cement. And then I noticed the extra note on the bottom of the receipt. The whore can look at whoever she wants to. I don't care how cute she is. She will never get out. I told my parents, and they called the police. The police came, and they busted the wall down, only to find a dead girl, beaten, tortured, and brutalized, hanging from a noose, facing an unbreakable window, with a Glasgow smile on her face. The original owner of the house was captured and charged with murder. Post 1. The following blog post was by John Goodman, posted on the 17th of August 2011. Included with it was a download link to $1.wave. The file in question has been converted to OGG format so that it may be uploaded to the wiki. Goodman mentioned in the post that he would be doing extensive research on the mysteries surrounding this file. After my computer got burnt to a crisp in a lightning storm, I was left with only my old computer. Fortunately, I had everything from my destroyed computer already backed up onto USB drives and CD-ROMs. My old computer was running Windows 98 and desperately needed an OS upgrade. It was time to search online for a new OS install disk that was at an affordable price. You might ask, why not just get a new computer? I would have, but because of the crappy economy, I didn't have the money to do so. So my only other option was to upgrade my old one. Anyway, I searched around eBay to see if anybody was selling a copy of Windows XP at an affordable price. There was no way my computer would be able to handle Windows Vista or 7, so I would just have to go with XP. Lo and behold, somebody was selling a full Windows XP clean install disk for only $1.45. Nobody else was bidding on it, so I placed mine. Even after I'd placed my bid, nobody else did. Needless to say, I won the disk, with nobody else to challenge me. A few days later, I received the disk in a white envelope. I opened the envelope and pulled out the disk. It seemed just like any other XP bootable disk. I turned on my old computer and popped it in, and installed Windows XP as one normally would. While I waited for it to install, I popped some popcorn, took a dump, and watched some television, occasionally checking on the progress of the installation and responding to dialog boxes, entering the registration code, etc. Finally, it finished installing, and I could use the computer. The first thing I did was transfer everything I had backed up from my destroyed computer to the old computer. CD after CD, USB drive after USB drive, and I finally got everything onto my computer the way I wanted it. I decided to randomly browse around the computer a little before I turned it off and get ready to go to bed. This random browsing led me to the C drive Windows Media folder. Then I noticed a file in there called $1.wave. I didn't put the file on the computer, so I assumed it was installed along with the other files in the folder. But I realized I didn't remember any such file ever being included with XP when I had it on my destroyed computer, before I upgraded it to Windows 7. Curious, I double-clicked the file to open it. It was a very peculiar file. All I heard when I opened it was some weird static noise, almost as if it was some extremely distorted song. The file was just 4 solid minutes of this weird sound. It kind of creeped me out. I mean, it was nighttime, with my sleeping dog being my only company, and I find a file on my computer that I've never put there and wasn't part of the original XP installation, and all it is 4 minutes of weird static noise. Furthermore, it's in a system folder. Thinking it might be a virus of some sort, I scanned the file. Behold, one Trojan came up. I had no clue where I would have gotten it from. I'd barely been on the internet at all since Windows XP was fully installed. Suddenly, I realized I'd seen a file with this same name flash for a split second on the screen as the disk installed all of the system files. I could only come to one conclusion: the disk had been tampered with. I decided to delete the Trojan, delete $1.wave, and do a full system scan with both my antivirus programs, Malwarebytes Anti-Malware and Microsoft Security Essentials. It was going to take a crapload of time to finish scanning, so I decided to go to bed while I waited. I felt a bit mad that I went through all that time to finally get my computer set up and upgraded the way I wanted it, only to find out the install disk had been tampered with. I woke up the next morning, ate my breakfast, took a shower, brushed my teeth, and went to my computer room. I sat down at my computer and turned on the monitor, which I had turned off last night before I went to bed. I couldn't believe what I saw. My desktop background had been changed to a picture of a dollar bill, There were 2 errors saying that my 2 antiviruses had crashed, along with a bunch of other blank error dialogues that were all titled $1.wave, with a single OK button. Every icon on my desktop had been replaced with a shortcut to $1.wave, even my recycle bin. My start button now said $1.wave, and the usual flag icon was replaced with a $sign. When I clicked the start button, or in this case the $1.wave button, to bring up the menu, every icon there was also replaced with $1.wave. The administrator name was also changed, and the account picture was that of a dollar bill. I clicked Don't Send Report to both errors saying Malwarebytes and Microsoft Security Essentials had crashed. Then I clicked the OK button on each $1.wave error box. Okay, the screen was clear of all those windows now. I tried to reopen my antivirus programs, but they both gave me a blank error titled $1.wave. I clicked OK on those. I went to the menu and clicked Shutdown, but I just got the familiar clunk error sound. I tried the power button. Nothing happened. Finally, I just unplugged the computer, and it finally shut off. I plugged it back in, booted it in safe mode, and tried opening the antivirus programs there. But when I did, my computer made the weirdest noise ever and abruptly powered off. I tried pressing the power button, but nothing happened. It didn't even wear up. That freaking virus had completely destroyed my only remaining computer, and I hadn't even gotten it from a website or anything. It had come with my operating system. Well, that was that. I had to go get some things at the grocery store, so I left the house along with my dog. I have yet to earn enough money to buy myself a new computer. I do everything computer related on a friend's laptop that he generously lets me borrow when I need to check my email, do something on my bank account online, etc. I have used that same laptop to type up and publish this story to the internet, along with $1.wave, which I have gone through and manually removed the malicious coding from. After a certain cryptic message I read talking about some last evidence that will have to be destroyed if I share it with anybody, which you will read about in just a moment, I have decided to research as thoroughly as I can about the mystery of $1.wave until I have figured out the sinister mystery that surrounds it. How did I get back $1.wave after my computer was destroyed, you ask? Well, when I got home, my dog's ears perked up, and she began growling menacingly. She followed a scent into the computer room. Everything seemed normal. However, when I looked at where my second destroyed computer was, it wasn't there. Everything else was still there, but the computer was gone. I thought of a robbery, but who would want an old computer that doesn't even boot up anymore? I also noticed that the tampered with XP install disk I had gotten off eBay was missing as well. In its place was a different disk. It was a white CD-ROM with something written on it in green Sharpie. I picked up the disk and read, "This is the last remaining evidence that I know of. Keep it secret, or I'll have to destroy it too." I glanced down at the table the disk had been sitting on. Where it had been was a single dollar bill. It wasn't crinkled or damaged in any way, unlike most dollar bills. It was in absolutely perfect condition, as if it had just been made. I took the disc and the dollar over to my friend's house, the one that has the laptop I'm typing these words on. I explained how both my computers were destroyed, and he agreed to let me borrow it whenever I needed to. So, I got on the laptop, put the CD in. On the CD was just one file. $1 $1.wave. Post 2. On August 26, 2011, John Goodman made another post regarding his continuing research of $1.wave. Hey guys, it's me again. So you all remember that $1.wave crap I posted about a week or so, right? Well, like I said I would, I did some research on it. Simply searching $1.wave on Google yielded no results. I asked on a message board about the file, but nobody seemed to have even heard of it before. That is, until I got a reply from some guy saying he knew of the file, and had bad times with it. The post went as follows. Oh, don't even remind me. $1.wave. It's amazing how much trouble a 4-minute sound clip of heavily distorted music can cause. It was years ago. Some person on Craigslist was selling a computer with Windows XP already installed on it. At the time, Vista was still in beta, and 7 didn't even exist yet. I went to a house in Cleveland to pick up the computer. I brought it home and turned it on. I noticed a WAV file in the Windows Media folder entitled $1.wave. Curious, I opened it and listened to it. It was nothing special, perhaps a little creepy, but it didn't interest me. I closed it and went to the bathroom. I came back to the computer, and I could not believe what I saw. Everything was changed to dollar bills or some crap, and a bunch of error messages titled $1.wave. I tried using my antivirus to fix what I instantly took as a virus, but it wouldn't open. I tried turning off the computer, but it wouldn't turn off, no matter what. The only thing that worked was unplugging it. I tried to boot it in safe mode and use my antivirus there, but upon trying to open it, my computer made this bizarre noise and shut off, and refused to turn back on. I don't mean refused to boot into OS, I mean literally just would not power on, as if it wasn't plugged in. The next day, my computer was gone, with just a single dollar bill in its place. I know it sounds insane, and you probably won't believe me unless you had a similar experience with the file yourself. Cleveland. eBay had told me that the item location was Cleveland, Ohio. I now had a new mission. Track down the person that sold me the install disk. I replied to him saying that I indeed had a very similar experience, and requested he give me the exact address of the woman that sold him the computer, as I wanted to have a little talk with her. I probably sounded like a stalker, but I really didn't give a crap. I needed to figure this out. Surprisingly, the user actually sent me the address of the woman to me in private message. Living in Ohio myself, Cleveland was not too far away. So, me and my dog got into the car and drove off. We arrived at a small yellow house that could only be the home of the woman who sold me the install disk. We walked up to the front door and rang the bell. A woman almost instantly answered the door. She seemed to be an elderly woman, short and stout, with white hair tied up in a bun. Then I looked into her eyes. Oh, those eyes. They seeped through me and into my soul, hungrily examining it, seeing if it was suitable to feast upon. I almost sprinted back to my car and drove off right then and there, but I couldn't. I had a mystery to solve. "Why, hello, John Goodman," said the woman, in a menacing voice that sent shivers down my spine. My first thought, oh dear, she knows my name. Oh God, please help me. My dog growled threateningly at the woman. It took all of my courage to finally sputter out. "Look, I don't have time for fooling around. What is $1.wave? And why did you put it in my Windows XP install disk?" "Oh, I can't tell you that. cackled the woman, whom I was now certain was no good. "Why not?" I countered, angrily. "Because," said the evil woman. "However, I can tell you this. Be wary in the days that follow, for $1 will haunt until all is hollow." And before I could say another word, the woman shut the door on me, cackling wickedly. I had no choice but to walk back to the car. Along the way, a man came by and asked me, "What were you doing over there?" "I was talking to the woman that lives in that house over there," I replied. The man's expression became concerned. "Nobody has lived in that house for over 10 years. I looked to the house, but instead of the bright, yellow, cheery house that I had seen when I arrived there was a crumbling, abandoned foundation with a wooden plank nailed to the front door saying, "Condemned," in green letters. But, I was just talking to an elderly woman that lived there a minute ago," I argued. All the colour drained from the man's face. "Elderly woman?" "Yes," I said. "You know, with her hair all tied up in a bun and whatnot." "The last person who lived there was an elderly woman, always having her hair tied up in a bun. But she's dead." So I didn't actually find out much of anything new about $1.wave, but apparently it was created by a ghost. Interesting, but it's no laughing matter. I realized that the moment I saw the dang woman out of the corner of my eye, giving me that freaking soul-devouring stare and smile like a maniac. When I focused on her, she disappeared. I then proceeded to sprint out of the room and hide under a blanket for the rest of the night. When I dared go back into the living room, a dollar bill lay on the floor where the woman had been. Post 3. On August 29th, Goodman updated the blog again with yet another report about his research on the ominous $1.wave. It's official. That old hag is stalking me. Since my last post, I've been catching glimpses of her out the corner of my eye, always with that soul-devouring stare and demented smile. She always vanishes as soon as I focus on her, and it always has to be night when it happens. Every time I get the heck out of there and hide under a blanket for the rest of the night. When I dare enter the room again, there's a dollar bill where the woman was. I have actually collected all of the dollar bills she's left for me, beginning with the one that came with the last evidence disc, into one wallet. I've gone 3 days straight without sleep because of this crap. In the most recent incident, she was even holding a bloody knife. That was enough encouragement for me. I packed up a few things, and me and my dog piled into the car and went to my friend's house. Unrelated, I haven't told you guys my dog's name yet, have I? Her name is Coco, as in chocolate cocoa. Anyway, as I was saying, I told him everything that had happened. I'd kept it secret because I figured if I told him, he'd think I was insane. But at this point, I really had no other option. About $1.wave, the old hag that seems to want to kill me for some reason, etc. I expected him to say I was crazy and call a mental institution, but miraculously, he actually believed me. I guess he knew I wouldn't make crap like this up. So, I'm going to be staying at his place until this situation blows by. Post 4, posted August 30th, 2011. Tonight my friend glanced out of the window and all the colour drained from his face. and Coco growled menacingly at it. I looked out the window and saw it. That blasted old hag. She stared into the room from outside with that soul-devouring stare and that same demented smile. Then she disappeared. We didn't need any more encouragement. We pulled down the blinds and nailed boards to every window in the house, as well as the front and back doors. I don't think we'll be going outside for a while. Post 5. Posted August 31st, 2011. I went to my friend's laptop and checked the forum thread I'd posted asking about $1.wave. Someone had replied there, under the username $1. And guess what their profile picture was? That cursed old hag's face, with a trademark soul-eating stare and demented grin. Her reply said simply, "Oh, more evidence. Guess I'll have to destroy it." I clicked the reply button to respond, but it said that the thread never existed. Furthermore, when I searched the username $1, it said no such users ever existed. Weirdest of all, her join date had been in 1928. That was 9 freaking decades ago. The internet didn't even exist back then. Post 6. Posted September 1st, 2011. While on my friend's laptop, a dialog box suddenly appeared, prompting me to download $1.exe. Knowing this could only be more of the old hag's haunting, I cancelled the download. But guess what? It downloaded anyway. Ain't that just nifty? As soon as it finished downloading, it opened itself up. I prepared for the worst. Another computer-destroying virus the old hag contained within a computer file. It opened. It was a game. A game. Of all the wretched things $1.exe could have been, it was just some PC game. It showed a generic menu screen with the buttons play, exit, and options. The background was a picture of a dollar bill. I clicked options. Just some graphic settings and such. I went back and clicked play, again preparing myself for the worst. It gave an instruction screen on how to play. Basically, the concept was that you were a bank robber, and in each level, you had to go through obstacles to get to the bank and rob it. In each bank, you'd have to fight a boss, and if you beat the boss, you'd get the money. So, I played the game, with my friend and Coco watching anxiously. Unrelated again, my friend's name is Bill. It was your generic platform game, and I played through it quite easily. I beat 3 levels, and then the 4th one was the final one, before I got to the first bank. I beat that level and fought the boss. The boss was some kind of banker with superpowers or something. It was a World 1 boss, so he was ridiculously easy to beat. I beat him by shooting him in the head with a pistol, and got the money. The game counted up my score, and so forth, before taking me to the first level of World 2. I figured I had played enough, so I tried to exit the window. But clicking the X only greeted me with a Windows error sound. It wanted me to keep playing, and judging by all the weird crap that had happened to me recently, the reasons couldn't be good. So I tried ending the application process with Task Manager, but the End Process button only gave me the error sound again. I tried shutting down, but the shutting down button gave me the same results. It was very similar to when $1.wave had first destroyed my old computer. Because the laptop was running on a battery, I had to take out the battery to shut it off. I put the battery back in, rebooted, and everything was normal again. I deleted $1.exe, like $1.wave did. It stayed deleted. Post 7, posted September 4th, 2011. More corner of my eye sightings of the old hag. In all of them, she's holding a bloody knife. Boarding up our windows and doors didn't seem to help. She still got into the house. Today, we unboarded the front door to go and get the Sunday paper. Even if we were hiding from a sadistic ghost woman that wants to kill us, we still gotta keep up on the news, right? It said that a banker had been found dead at a local bank with a bullet wound in his forehead. It showed them a picture of the man, and to our horror, he looked exactly like the World 1 boss from $1.exe. The way in which I had defeated him had even been a pistol to the head, and the paper said there was a bullet wound on his head. As I read the paper, I saw the old hag out of the corner of my eye, holding a dead corpse under her arm that looked just like the banker. This time, I didn't focus on her. I focused on the paper to see what would happen if I didn't make her disappear. If she tried to kill me or anything, I'd just look at her. She just kept standing there, with that demented smile and soul-eating stare. After a few moments, her smile began to fade and turn into a frown. It was as if she was disappointed that I didn't seem to notice her. I looked to Bill, and surprisingly, he had followed suit. Even Coco was pretending not to notice the hag. I turned back to the paper so I could continue seeing the hag out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't easy, trying not to see something, yet see it at the same time. I kept wanting to look, but I knew if I focused on her, she would disappear. I wanted to know what would happen if that didn't happen. Her disappointed expression turned into a fierce and angry look. She raised a knife and lunged at me. In unison, me, Bill, and Coco all whirled around to face the ghost. She stopped abruptly, just as she was about to reach us, then vanished. This raised yet another question. If she wants to kill us so badly, why didn't she just do it and get it over with, instead of taunting us like this? Maybe she doesn't want to kill us. Maybe she just wants to make us think she wants to kill us, make us paranoid to the point of insanity, just for her own sadistic pleasure and amusement. Sure wouldn't surprise me. Post 8, posted September 5th, 2011. I woke up this morning from the little sleep that I actually got. I opened my eyes, expecting to see the ceiling above me, but then I froze. Standing above me, looking down into my eyes with a soul-devouring stare and insane smile, was the hag. For several moments, there was silence. I said nothing, for I was too afraid. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. My heart threatened to burst, it was pounding so hard. Then, finally, the hag broke the silence. "Good morning, John," she said, menacingly. It took all of my courage to respond. "Just tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. Just leave me alone," I replied. "It's just so sad when you have to live under a curse. The curse of my own creation, forced to pass on the curse to others, the curse of $1, of greed. I never asked for this, but after having it shoved down my throat so much, I've come to enjoy it. I'm not sure if it's my sanity that's been pushed by this or what, but it comforts me to know others are feeling the same pain as me. Enough of your cryptic crap, I yelled, and then suddenly Coco jumped out of nowhere and tackled the hag to the ground, growling furiously. The hag just smiled. Go ahead, do it. Rip me to bloody shreds. It might just be the only hope of destroying this horrid curse once and for all. Your suffering will be gone, and everyone who's ever fallen victim to greed's villainy. Before another word could be said, Coco began tearing that old woman to bloody shreds. I never knew my dog could be so violent, but I didn't care. If it meant the end of this terror that loomed over us, it was worth it. Me and Bill, who had been woken up by all the commotion, could only watch as the hag was torn apart. She didn't even scream. In fact, she smiled, as if saying, "Thank God, it's finally over." And then it was done. Her body was mangled and ripped so badly you couldn't recognize her. Blood was splattered everywhere. Then the body, or pieces of it anyway, began to shimmer and fade away. And then they were gone. No trace of them remained, as if nothing had happened. Then we noticed a note laying on the floor where the hag had been. Bill picked it up and read it out loud. Destroy the dollars, destroy the disc. Do it before the remnants of that curse that lie within them can enslave you as it enslaved me. I instantly knew what I had to do. I found the wallet I used to keep the dollar bills the hag had left me, and I lit a match to it. A blood-curdling scream of pain sounded from it, and almost made me jump out of my skin. I threw it outside, and it burned until it was nothing but ash and dust. Then I found the disc containing $1 I threw it onto the ground and stomped on it. Another blood-curdling scream, and the disc spontaneously burst into flames. And that's what I call burning a CD-ROM. It burned until it was nothing but a bunch of melted plastic. I had to use a shovel to scrape it off the ground and chuck it outside. For the rest of the day, nothing else happened. The hag never came back. Nothing. I think at long last, this nightmare might be over. But I won't make assumptions too quickly. I'll wait a while, see if anything comes up. If nothing else does, I guess it's safe to assume the haunting of $1 has ended. Post 9, posted November 12th, 2011. Well, I think I've waited long enough without anything happening that I can safely assume this is all over. Me and Coco have moved back to our own house. Things seem to be returning to normal. And after some thinking, I've come up with a hypothesis as to what all that crap was about. I think the hag was forced by a curse to do terrible things. The curse was like a virus, using her to spread to others. I guess $1 and all associated things are all duplicates of this virus. I can only assume its proper name is greed, since that's what the hag kept referring to it as. How greed came to be, or what its purpose is, I can only wonder. But the hag seemed to hint that it was she who created it, and it was a screw-up that she made that caused all of this. I guess those dollars, the disc, and the hag were the last remnants of greed, and by destroying them, I destroyed greed forever. She was so anxious to get her hands on evidence and destroy it, because she wanted to destroy the curse of greed. I don't know whether any of these guesses are even remotely close, but I don't really care. As long as this nightmare is over, I'm content with not knowing. And I'm pretty darn certain that it's finally over. At the time, I was 18, working as a VT. For those who don't know what that is, VT stands for Vet Tech. I had already been working at the hospital for around 2 years. I spent most of my first year at the animal hospital, working in the back, in the kennel area. Think of it as a hotel for dogs, just not as nice. After a year, I get moved to the treatment area, where I begin my real work as a VT. After some time, you sort of become desensitized to all of the animals' deaths. After an animal is put down, we have to bag them and tag them, which consists of us placing the bodies in a bag with tags that read private or community, etc. Tags are coloured pink, yellow, red, respectively, of course. There is one day that I will never forget. At the time, my shift was almost over, and I was getting ready to leave. Until the receptionist came running in saying, "Emergency, stray dog hit by a car, driver brought him in." I begin to prep, quickly putting on my gloves, crash kit ready, operating room and table cleaned and prepared. They bring the dog in, and to my shock, it's in a horrible, bloody mess. Something odd happened. In a weird way, I felt like I knew the dog, almost like an old friend. But I pushed the thought away. The dog was a middle-aged yellow lab. My first thought is that the dog needs to be euthanized ASAP. I can see that there is no hope for the poor girl. The guy who brought him in showed us the dog's name tag. It had the name Crumpet on it. That's when it hit me. This was my dog. She must have gotten out the yard again and was hit by this guy's car. I then begin to hold my dog like an idiot as it barely gasps for air. Everyone starts to yell at me. I start to feel her blood soak into my scrubs. I can tell she is already so close to death. I look into her eyes and can tell she's in a great deal of pain, and there is no hope to save her. I've been working there long enough to know when a dog is too far gone. My shock begins to pass, and I fall on my knees. I begin screaming, "This is my dog," over and over again. Everyone in the room is just staring at me. After some time of crying, my other VT friend grabs my dog. He knows it. I know. Everyone knows it. He then hands me the euthanasia needle saying, "You should be the one to do it. It's the right thing." As I inject her, I just think back on all the memories of her. The first day we brought her home, having to house train her, all the messes she made, all the toys she destroyed. All of that has led to this one moment. Her final moments, at least it's with me. I then whisper in her ear as the needle goes in saying, "It'll be alright." Minimizing her pain was my only priority. I cradled her, stroked her head, until she passed away. After she died, nobody bothered me, and I just went home. I was covered in her blood. It's even on my face a little. My parents know my VT lingo. I told them all of it when I first started 2 years ago. I walk in, and my parents have no clue. They don't even know that Crumpet got out. They look at me and say, Another Bag'em and Tag'em? I immediately break down and cry. R.I.P. Crumpet, 2008 to 2015. I still have her dog bed in my closet. Everyone in the apartment complex I lived in knew who Ugly was. Ugly was the resident tomcat. Ugly loved 3 things in this world: fighting, eating garbage, and, shall we say, love. The combination of these things, combined with life spent outside, had their effect on Ugly. To start with, he only had one eye, and where the other should have been was a gaping hole. He was also missing his ear on the same side. His left foot had appeared to have been badly broken at one time and had healed at an unnatural angle, making him look like he was always turning a corner. His tail had long since been lost, leaving only the smallest stub, which he would constantly jerk and twitch. Ugly would have been a dark grey, tabby striped type, except for the sores covering his head, neck, even his shoulders, with thick, yellow scabs. Every time someone saw Ugly, there was the same reaction. That's one ugly cat. All the children were warned not to touch him. The adults threw rocks at him, hosed him down, squirted him when he tried to come to their houses, or shut his paws on the door when he would not leave. Ugly always had the same reaction. If you turned the hose on him, he would just stand there, getting soaked until you gave up and quit. If you threw things at him, he would curl his lanky body around his feet in forgiveness. Whenever he spied children, he would come running, meowing frantically, and bump his head against their hands, begging for their love. If you ever picked him up, he would immediately begin suckling on your shirt, earrings, or whatever he could find. One day, Ugly shared his love with the neighbor's huskies. They did not respond kindly, and Ugly was badly mauled. From my apartment, I could hear his screams, and I tried to rush to his aid. By the time I got to where he was laying, it was apparent Ugly's sad life was almost at an end. Ugly lay in a wet circle, his back legs and lower back twisted grossly out of shape, a gaping tear in the white stripe of fur that ran down his front. As I picked him up and tried to carry him home, I could hear him wheezing and gasping, and I could feel him struggling. I must be hurting him terribly, I thought. Then I felt a familiar tugging, sucking sensation on my ear. Ugly, in so much pain, suffering, and obviously dying, was trying to suckle my ear. I pulled him closer to me, and he bumped my palm with his head. Then he turned his one golden eye towards me. I could hear the distinct sound of purring. Even in the greatest pain, that ugly, battle-scarred cat was asking only for a little affection, perhaps some compassion. At the moment, I thought Ugly was the most beautiful, loving creature I had ever seen. Never once did he try to bite or scratch me, or even try to get away from me, or struggle in any way. Ugly just looked up at me, completely trusting in me to relieve his pain. Ugly died in my arms before I could get inside, but I sat and held him for a long time afterwards, thinking about how one scarred, deformed little stray could so alter my opinion about what it means to have true pureness of spirit, to love so totally and truly. Ugly taught me more about giving and compassion than 1,000 books, lectures, or talk show specials ever could. and for that, I will always be thankful. He had been scarred on the outside, but I was scarred on the inside, and it was time for me to move on and learn to love truly and deeply, to give my total to those I care for. Many people want to be richer, more successful, well-liked, beautiful, but for me, I will always try to be ugly. I was out one night in December, around midnight. It was terribly cold, being the day after Christmas. I sighed deeply, almost amused at seeing my breath. I was tired, walking home from my friend Ricky's house. We'd just got done eating a ton of snack food and playing Pokemon, battling over and over like when we were kids. How I miss those days. I'm 17 now and kind of a nerd. I don't have a lot of friends, but I cherish the ones I do have. I don't have a girlfriend, but I do have a crush or two. Anyway, I loved taking walks at night. It was so quiet and peaceful. I also really loved the cold air caressing my cheeks and fingers. I sighed again, almost home. Just a block away was my house, where I lived with my mom and two bratty younger sisters of 15 and 10. Part of me didn't want to go home, worried Mom would catch me up late and scold me for being out alone. Suddenly, I saw her. She was pretty, kind of short but not a child. She had wavy blonde hair and was wearing satin pants and a light blue tank top. As I got closer, I could see her face. Her pale skin was almost white as snow, with piercing green eyes. Her lips and fingers were blue. She looked very sad and very cold. I imagined it was because she was barefoot and had nothing on her arms. As I got about 3 feet away from her, she took a step towards me and said, in a chilling, soft, yet raspy voice, "Can you help me find my cat?" I shrugged and tried to smile. "Sure, where do you think he is?" She pointed to a truck parked in a driveway. I nodded and walked with her to the car. Before walking around it, I took off my jacket and offered it to her. "Here, you're gonna freeze to death." She smiled sadly, looking up at me. After a short pause, she whispered, "I already have." By then, I was getting freaked out by her. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything, plus I could see her breathing. I put my jacket around her shoulders, and for some reason, I was relieved when it stayed there. I made my way around the car. Sure enough, there was a kitten underneath. I reached in and pulled him out to my surprise. He must have been focusing on her. He purred in my eyes and eagerly jumped to the girl when he saw her. She smiled at me, joyful tears now cascading down her snowy beige skin. She grinned wide and scratched the cat's ears. "Thank you so much." I smiled back, glad that she was happy. She turned to walk, and it was in the direction I was heading in. I made conversation after a moment, briefly reaching over to pet the kitten. We talked about the weather, work, music, and the like. She was 17, named Hannah. She was out for a long time looking for a cat, freezing in the cruel December air. Of course, our talk was very short-lived, since I was close to home. "Jack," she said, "thank you so much for helping me." She grinned. Of course, I said, blushing. She reached over and kissed my cheek. Her blue lips were like ice on my numb face. I shivered at the touch, though flattered that she did such a thing. I went to stammer a reply, but she had turned. Her words echoed in my mind. And then I realized something. Wait, I didn't tell you my name. How did you... I asked, watching her walk away. She turned to look at me, smiled, and then vanished. You have probably heard of Grey Extraterrestrials, the ones with big heads, black eyes, small bodies, slender limbs, etc. I have heard numerous accounts of alleged extraterrestrial encounters over the internet. Of course, I never actually believed any of these stories myself. I found the concept of grey aliens very interesting, and slowly began to have some belief in the subject. Actually, I more or less pretended to believe, and it was fun to believe. Deep within me, though, I never truly believed in the existence of grey aliens or any kind of extraterrestrial life in our solar system. That was until a disturbing event took place in my life, an event that I cannot forget. I'm sure that if this were to happen to you, you would feel the same way. Here is my story. 10 a.m., November 25th, 2012. A friend and I were on Thanksgiving vacation from our jobs, and we took a trip to the border of New Hampshire and Vermont. We decided to take a hike through a long trail that ran through a river after breakfast. We then decided to camp out on the trail for a night, despite the warning that you were not supposed to camp out on the trail after dark. We walked the trail for about 35 minutes or so, and decided to take a water break near a large rock. As we secured our backpacks, I noticed a plane in the sky. The object was moving awfully fast, most likely a jet. There were many jets that flew in the area. My friend pointed out that there was no trail of smoke coming from behind the jet. I figured it was a military vehicle of some kind, and we simply continued our walk through the trail. We then walked the trail for another 45 minutes or so, and found the perfect clearing to set up our small tent. We were now half a mile off the trail. My friend and I set up our tent and gathered large chunks of wood for our fire to roast marshmallows. As my friend was gathering wood, he pointed out a strange clearing in the woods, larger than the clearing where we had set up the tent and deeper in the woods. There seemed to be a white chalk-like substance on the ground in the shape of a near-perfect circle. Some of the grass around the circle was brown and dead. This spooked us for a few minutes, but we were not about to let a weird little circle in the woods scare us away from our vacation. We gathered our wood and lighted our fire. We wanted to be sure that we got inside the tent and in our sleeping bags before dark at around 5 p.m. to make sure that no one would see us if they came looking for us, such as the park rangers. We roasted our marshmallows and put out the fire at around 5 p.m. and got into our sleeping bags inside the tent a few minutes later. We quietly told each other scary stories, such as the legends of the Bigfoot and other rumoured creatures said to lurk in the Vermont area. These stories I learned from the Vermont Monster Guide by Joseph A. Citro. The night was extremely quiet, just the way we wanted it. I fell asleep around 9 p.m. or so. All through the night, I thought I heard rustling in the woods. Eventually, I woke up at around 12:30 a.m. My friend was sound asleep. I looked outside the tent and saw 2 or 3 deer run by about 17 or so feet away from the tent. I do not know what caused the deer to run so fast. They were obviously afraid of something, most likely a bear or some nocturnal predator, so I went back to sleep. At 2:30 a.m, my friend woke me up to tell me he heard a loud screech that woke him up from his sleep. I told him about the deer that I saw running a few hours ago, supposing that the screech could have been related to the frightened animals. I also remembered that some of my stories spooked him, so I figured that he could have just been messing with me. I did not hear the screech, so I took that as a possibility. We then noticed a light far off in the distance, coming from the direction of the trail. Fearing that it could have been a park ranger, we hid in our tent and kept extremely quiet. But then I realized that the park rangers were not on duty this early in the morning. We were worried that it could be the flashlight of a lost hiker, yet we were both afraid of what could have possibly been emitting the light. After a few minutes, we decided to go investigate the light. We saw the light move as if it were a person carrying a flashlight. We then noticed that the light was red and extremely small. The light came closer and closer. We then decided to turn on our flashlight, and my friend yelled out, "Hello out there, are you lost?" I then remembered the strange clearing that we saw in the woods yesterday, and thought that maybe it had a connection with the object that we saw in the sky, the running deer, and now this mysterious light. I also remembered the stories I heard about Grey Extraterrestrials and unidentified flying objects. There were also a few stories about aliens in the Vermont Monster Guide. I was still hesitant on believing that the mysterious phenomenon we were experiencing was created by extraterrestrials. The light came closer and closer until we could make out the shape of a humanoid figure walking towards us. We were both terrified at the moment and wanted to go back inside our tent, but we couldn't. We were both so terrified, yet fascinated by the figure. As the figure walked closer and closer, we noticed that it was about our height and only about half an inch or so shorter than myself. We could not see the overall shape of the figure, but it could see us. It was shining the light on us, as if examining us like a doctor in a hospital. As the figure shined its light near our faces, we could see, out of the blinding red light, a face with large, soulless eyes, lacking any sign of an iris or pupil. Its eyes peered at us, and we ran inside our tent in horror. We hid inside our sleeping bags, covering our heads for hours as it would seem, hoping that the being would go away. I knew it was true. Grey extraterrestrials were real. The being stalking us was a slender grey alien, and the object that we saw in the sky was possibly a UFO or flying saucer. The clearing that we saw was possibly created by the spacecraft, and the running deer were afraid of the grey. After several hours, as it would seem, my friend got out of his sleeping bag and opened the slightest opening in the tent zipper, ever so slowly. He was checking outside to see if the being with the red light was gone. I poked my head out from my sleeping bag in terror, and he turned around and said to me, "It's gone." Just then, an extremely bright white light shined behind him, coming from outside. I watched in terror as he was lifted into the air slowly by the light. He was then dropped to the ground outside in a flash and lifted back up straight into the air. I lost sight of him, and the light went out in a flash. Everything was as quiet as before, and I went back to sleep, crying in horror inside my sleeping bag, with the top of the bag rolled over my head so I could not see anything. I woke up the next morning, trying to recall what happened last night. I remembered my friend was lifted by a bright light. There, in his sleeping bag, I saw him sleeping soundly. I was afraid he was dead and woke him up. I asked him about what had happened last night, and he did not recall anything that I told him. I did not bother to report the event to the rangers or anyone else on the trail. Ever since then, I have not had any encounters with anything extraterrestrial. My friend does not recall the events, and the clearing in the woods was gone. I thought that maybe I was dreaming. But there, on the ground, near our tent, was another clearing. This clearing was much larger than the one before and had the same white chalk-like substance on the ground with dead brown grass in several places. My friend and I drove home, and I never told this story to anyone else until now. A gentle breeze pushed through the screen and tickled my short black hair against my forehead. All the windows were open, but I knew I would have to close them soon. It seems like a downpour would start momentarily. The waves pushed and crashed against the boats and dock just outside. I began to go around, closing the windows, not sure if there were any procedures I had to follow if it began to rain. I'd only been working here at the marina for 3 days. My radio beeped and shook me from my tranced state. "Sean, you there?" I knew the rough voice anywhere. "Yeah, Ron, what's up?" Ron had never failed to surprise me. I knew just by looking at his complexion when I saw him, he was a veteran. But still, the stories he told me rattled me to the core. "I'm coming in. It's about to rain," he grumbled in the usual gravelly voice. I chuckled to myself. It reminded me of Batman. "Alright, door's unlocked." I set the radio down and peered out the glass door leading onto the docks. There I saw Ron, slowly limping because of his bad knee. He had told me about the injury and said it was from a grenade, but refused to go into detail. I made him and myself a cup of coffee as the rain began to come down. We both sat, and I continued to look out the window, waiting for the workday to come to an end. Lately, storms had plagued this side of the bay, causing the tide to rise and bring floods. "Looks like the marina's going under again," Ron said, breaking the silence as he glanced at the rising water. "Hopefully not too much this time." I took a sip of the coffee. "Last time it was up to our knees." "Your knees," he corrected me, and chuckled his raspy laugh. He'd always enjoyed making fun of my under-average height. "Hey, at least my eyes aren't as grey as my hair." I grinned, and we both snickered. The tide slowly rose as the day went on. Ron had decided he would cut his workday short since it was far too flooded to work on the boats. I stayed, hoping at least one customer would show up since we sold beer and cigarettes. For a long while, I stared out the window before I noticed something on the other side of the boatyard. Passing the bobbing ships, I saw a man. He was kneeling beside a dead bird. I gagged, thinking of how bad it must smell and why this man was near it. Slowly, he reached down and picked it up by the legs. Blood trickled down its neck and dripped to the ground. I stood and walked over to the window, staring at him, disgusted, but very curious. Suddenly, he snapped his head towards me, causing my legs to go limp and nearly fall backwards when I saw him. What I believed to be his face had no features. Any exposed skin seemed completely out of focus. His clothes, however, were clearly visible. The polo he wore was stained a sickly green colour. The longer I looked at him, the more nauseous I felt. I forced myself to look away from the misty complexion. Slowly rubbing my eyes, I looked back up through the window. Streams of rain sneaked down the glass. The man and the bird were gone. Not a trace that I could see was left. An open field stood all around the area they had been. The only place he could have gone was the water, which seemed to have risen an unusual amount. I instantly called Ron in a panic. He answered, clearly annoyed by my phone call on his break. What do you want?" he grumbled. "I have no idea," I blurted out without thinking. "This guy picked up a dead bird and just ran away with it." "Why is this a problem, Sean?" There was a pause as I thought about it. Somehow I knew it wasn't natural, and not just my mind playing tricks on me. But I sure didn't want him thinking I was mentally insane. "See, there's no problem, just some weirdo," he reassured me in a calmer tone. We both hung up, and I went back to my duties, sitting in a chair and hoping I wouldn't see that scene again. The hours passed, and the rain continued to fall. There was no sign of anyone or anything, so I decided to close up for the day. I grabbed my things and made my way down the aisles, setting the alarm and stepping outside. The rain pounded my head as the keys slipped around in my hand, finally making it to the door. Locking it, I began walking to my car, already soaking and in no rush. As I walked, I began to slowly notice figures, all standing perfectly still with their backs to me. The same pounding feeling in my head returned, matching the rapid beats of my heart. Taking slight glances around me, I counted 5 of them. However, they hadn't caught my attention moments ago. I failed to see them when I was locking the door. They all stood next to the ever-rising tide, their ankles half submerged in the water. The clothes they wore didn't seem to be drenched like mine were. Everything about the situation unfolding bothered me. Before I knew it, I was in a full sprint across the parking lot. Water splashed my legs as I ran and clicked the button on my keychain, unlocking the doors to my car before I could grip the handle. I pushed myself into that front seat, bashing my head against the door, causing the pounding feeling in my head to seem like grenades exploding. Horror fell into the pit of my stomach, and as the tide rose, they advanced, growing closer and extinguishing the feeling of safety my car provided. My breathing became strained, and tears began to sting my eyes. The ignition refused my many attempts to start the car and escape whatever horrors were approaching. Opening the door, I stepped back out into the rain. I made a quick dash back to the store. Fumbling for my keys, I jammed them into the lock and swung the door open. Not thinking about the alarm, I slammed the door and hurried behind the counter. I heard the light beeps as the system prepared to scream for help. Being too scared to move, I simply sat and waited. A piercingly loud alarm was raised within a mere few seconds. Something accompanied it though, something I couldn't explain. Peering out of the window, I saw one of the figures, hands on the side of its head, a mouth wide open. An unhuman shriek came out from between the black, glossy, jagged teeth scattered around its mouth. I ducked behind the counter. A legion of screaming creatures surrounded me, and the tide continuing to rise. After what seemed like forever, they finally stopped. Slowly, I peeked out the window once again and saw the tide, rippling from raindrops, now even higher, but without the creature. 2 bright headlights approached the store, and a truck came skidding to a stop. None other than Ron jumped out, shotgun in hand. "What did you do this time?" I heard him yell from outside. I pressed my fingers to my lips and hissed, "Get in here!" "I don't know what's going on, but if I came down here for nothing, I could hear the air being forced from his lungs as his body lurched forward. The same out-of-focus creature from earlier standing behind him. Ron stumbled a few feet before regaining his balance and swinging around, his skin clearly becoming pale as he glared at the creature. His hand flinched as if it were about to grab Ron. Without hesitation, he fired. Pellets speckled the green polo, but the creature didn't so much as move. The surface of its skin rippled and shimmered like water after being struck with a stone. "Run!" I screamed at him. But before the word could leave my mouth, he was already in a sprint towards me, his limp greatly hindering his speed. The shotgun clattered against the pavement, and the creature began its pursuit. They got so close to the store, I could hear the strained gasps as Ron tried to flee inside. Again, the creature lunged at him. This time, they both crashed to the ground and came skidding to a stop, inches in front of me. I grabbed his wrist and yanked him halfway through the doorframe before a strong resistance came from his other side. A look of suppressed agony was on his face. The creature had grabbed him by his injured leg. A firm tug jostled one of his wrists free from my grasp. For the first time, I could see Ron with a look of true terror in his eyes. "Please, don't let go." The tone of his voice shook me deeper than any of his stories ever could. There was a light pop as his leg gave way and the agony plastered on his face echoed through the marina. I tripped and fell forward, scraping my hand as I caught myself. Ron was being dragged away when I looked up, his knee twisted in an unnatural angle. He shrieked, clawing the pavement, trying to slow his descent into the water. I forced myself up off the ground and darted after him. My feet splashed through the water as I chased the duo. Ron was being dragged through the water like a heavy sack, his leg suspended in the air by the creature. A light trail of red swirled in the water as the skin on his back was torn apart by the cement. The adrenaline began to wear off, and I became more aware of my surroundings. Water splashed against my chest, and I realized just how deep I had gone into the water. Panic leaked through my body as my mind took me back 10 years. I could almost remember the exact feeling as water filled my lungs. The sun became darker and more distant as my exhausted 12-year-old body sank to the bottom of the pool. A chill ran down my spine, and I forced the memory out of my mind. Ron no longer flailed about in the water. His body seemed limp, and his arms floated behind him. Tearing my eyes from the scene, I turned back and got out of the water as quickly as I could, retreating back to the store. The alarm had become a simple background noise. I focused more on the threats that caused it to sound in the first place. Knowing they would converge on the store, I found a place to hide. 2 small cabinets in the furthest corner from the water seemed like my best option. I climbed in and waited. Seconds, minutes, hours passed by as I sat there. The rain had slowly stopped, and by what I could tell from the small crack in the door, nobody had come inside. My heart pounded like a drumline as I pushed my way out of the hiding spot. The moon sliced through the dissipating clouds and reflected off the now calm water. Slowly, cautiously, I made my way down the seemingly endless aisle to the door. I could already tell the tide had gone down drastically. The parking lot was how I had left it. Ron's truck and my car were parked a short distance from the store, and the shotgun lay untouched in the headlights. Making my way around the store, I saw them. Hundreds of the creatures making a hazy, unfocused wall along the tide. One by one, they melted back into the water, their clothes going under with them. A slight feeling of relief washed over me as they and the water fell back into its usual place, though the feeling was quickly overtaken by something stronger. Pure dread. Not over the fact that Ron was gone, not that everybody would never believe a single thing I tell them, but I knew I would see them again. I knew I would see Ron again. There was one thing, no matter how hard I tried, I knew I could never change. They came in with the tide. I am here to discuss my experiences with a band known as Vantablack. They are a progressive death metal band based in my hometown of Battered Grove, a small but lively town in New England. The band consists of 5 members, a drummer, 2 guitarists, a bassist and a vocalist. Beyond their roles in the band, I know little about them. They've exclusively played shows at my hometown venue since they formed a few months ago, nowhere else, but I've never seen them in town before. I still don't. I don't know their names. The band and its members are shrouded in mystery. The only thing I'm certain of is what I've witnessed. Before we get into details of what I've experienced, let's talk about Battered Grove's local music scene. The bands here in the surrounding towns are predominantly metal, or at least metal in some form. The genres range from extreme metal, death metal, and black metal to metalcore, deathcore, and even grindcore. If you aren't familiar with these genres, don't worry. It's not important to understand the context of my situation. I'm just trying to paint a clearer picture for those who are familiar. These bands play at our local venue, Garrett's Locker. It's a small, run-down place, but it's ours. A great place for kids to have fun. I go there every chance I get. Watching bands, in addition to moshing, is a great stress reliever, but it's more than that. Being at a metal show is a thrilling experience. The environment is positive, and people are friendly, for the most part. Occasionally there's a moron who likes to crowd kill every chance they get. And the music is phenomenal. It's a heavenly assault on the ears and an alleviating comfort to the soul. There's nothing else like it. In more recent years, Financial issues has led to the venue owners to allow in touring bands. These bands have a bigger draw than locals, and more people equals more money. There's nothing wrong with keeping your head above water, especially when it means saving the place, but I miss when the venue was ours, and only ours. It was like a secret club, almost, a place for local musicians only. Our escape from the day-to-day troubles of the world. I mean, it still is all of that, but the touring bands bring fans with them that just don't give a damn. Seeing girls that care more about who's cuter rather than the actual quality of the material. I'm not judging, I just miss the old crowd. One day, I noticed an invitation on Facebook to an event for Garrett's Locker. It was a show, but not just any show. It was an all-local metal fest jamboree, as it said on the page. All locals, huh? I was intrigued. I hadn't been to a show at Garrett's with all local bands in years. This was great, I thought. I looked at the lineup to see who was playing. I recognized every band on the bill, save for one, Vantablack. They must have been new, I thought. But new local bands almost always were openers. Vantablack was headlining the event. I found this very odd, but I assumed they paid the promoter for the spot or something. Things like that happened occasionally. Rarely, but they happened. I figured this must have been one of those times. Fast forward to the day of the show. My friend Billy and I showed up early, as we usually did. We always loved to hang out in front of the venue for a while before the show started. It gave us a chance to meet friends and meet some of the bands during load-in. We already knew all of the members in these bands, having seen them play for years. Instead of a meet and greet, it was more like a family reunion. But at every family reunion, there are always new relatives to meet. You know, those cousins you never knew you had. That was Vantablack. While talking to the lead singer of my favourite local band, a bus pulled up. Thinking it was an actual bus using the parking lot to turn around, everyone got out of the way. Instead of turning around, it parked. That's when I noticed the lettering on the side of the bus. VB. That's when I knew that it belonged to Vantablack. This was a surprise. No local band or even touring band had ever showed up to Garrett's with a bus. It was always either multiple cars, a couple of pickup trucks, an SUV, or a van. Having an actual tour bus was impressive, especially for a local band. This, coupled with the fact that no one else knew anything about the band either, caused everyone to stare. We were waiting to put a face to the name, so to speak. We were waiting for the big reveal. With equipment in hand, 5 cloaked figures came off the bus in an orderly fashion and walked into Garrett's. When I say cloaked, I mean cloaked, hood and all. I couldn't make out a single face. Strange is an understatement. It was downright bizarre. Billy agreed, having seen nothing like it, and he's been to more shows than I have. Besides confusing us, Vantablack's grand entrance succeeded in making people interested. It was all anyone could talk about the whole night. The mystery surrounding the band was enough to make everyone insatiably curious. I have to admit, I was looking forward to seeing what they offered. The night was going well. I met new friends, enjoyed the music of some of my favourite bands, and moshed to my heart's content. It was shaping up to be one of the best shows I had ever attended. All of my favourites had taken the stage, and the only thing that would make the night better is if Vantablack lived up to the hype. Having not emptied my bladder all night, however, I took a bathroom break right before their set. The bathroom for Garrett's locker was actually in another building, connected to Garrett's via a long, narrow hallway. This meant a bit of a walk was needed to get there and back, which was part of the reason I hadn't gone all night. When I finally arrived at the bathroom, I noticed something weird. Among the many band stickers on the wall by the sink, there was something else. Carved into the wall was the letters VB, followed by a strange symbol. I figured that one of Vantablack's members had put it there. It was kind of messed up to carve it into the wall though, and besides, what was the purpose? Carving your band's initials and symbol into a bathroom wall isn't exactly the greatest method of promotion. I simply brushed it off and finished my business before returning to the show. Upon returning, I could hear the music as it filled the room. Vantablack had already begun their set. From the sounds of it, they were good. Not just good, but great. Even better when I got a view of the stage. The members were dressed up in dark, brooding get-ups. Some of their clothing included gauntlets, spiked boots, chainmail, and horned helmets. The vocalist was wearing what looked like samurai armor, and they all had different styles, but all of their clothing and armor was black. To be honest, they looked like villainous characters right out of an RPG. It was awesome. This is where things get a little weird. I was so caught up in the music and the band's appearance that I didn't notice what was going on in the room. Looking down at the crowd, I realized what everyone was doing. They each had their left arm in the air and were swaying back and forth in unison. It looked as though they were in a trance. I've been to a lot of metal shows, so I know how things should operate. Movement from the crowd is always sporadic and unpredictable. This was not the case. Everyone was perfectly synchronized. No moshing or dancing, just swaying together like zombies. And let me tell you, it was creepy. After noticing the seemingly hypnotized audience, I caught up with Billy to see what was going on. I noticed him standing at the back of the crowd, so I went over to him and asked what he was doing. I received no response. I kept yelling in his ear, but he wouldn't reply. I eventually became aggravated and shook him. Nothing. No reaction. Just constant swaying. Everyone swaying. I looked over at the sound guy and the person running the concession stand. They too were moving back and forth, mesmerized by the music. I was baffled. I watched the rest of Vantablack's set from the back of the room, not knowing what the hell was going on. Eventually they played their last song, and just like that, everyone snapped out of it. Looking dazed as ever, they all wandered out of the room and to their cars. Billy was my ride home, so I followed him. On the drive home, I mentioned to Billy that I tried to get his attention during the show. He acted like he didn't recall this. But what he remembered was Vantablack. He wouldn't shut up about how great they were. That's all he talked about the whole ride home. He even ventured to say they were his favourite band now. That struck me as highly unusual. I'd known Billy for years. I also knew his favourite band. He would never put another band above them, especially after only seeing them play once. I didn't voice my thoughts to Billy though. I just wanted to get home and sleep and forget about the whole thing. And I did, until the next morning. I woke up the next day sore. My arms and legs were in pain from the night before. Moshing will do that to you. Because of this, I popped a few aspirin before starting my daily routine. Everything was back to normal, until I checked my phone. I had a few Facebook notifications, nothing out of the ordinary. A like here, a comment there. One notification, though, was an invite from Billy to like the page Vantablack. I then remembered the peculiar show they put on and how they hypnotized my friends. I decided to do a little research. I visited the Facebook page and checked out their music. They had one release, The Nihilist. It was free to download and contained 5 songs, all of which I recognized from the previous night. One that really stood out to me was Knowledge of the Damned. This was the song they were playing when I entered the room. All songs were professionally recorded and sounded as high quality as any touring band's music would. I was impressed, but that wasn't what I came to the page for. I scoured the page for any answers to what happened the night before. I found little. The page had just been created. There were no posts or pictures. Still, they had roughly 200 likes. This was also about the number of people who attended the show. No new band could gather likes like that quickly. It was unheard of. Something still wasn't adding up. As I sat there, completely baffled, I noticed Vantablack make their first post. It was for a show the following day. It read, Vantablack Secret Show, True Followers Only. The title was odd. I clicked on it to find out more. These were the details provided. Welcome to your new belief system. This is an opportunity to show Vantablack you are a true follower. Rules are simple. Find a Stygian tome. This will be your ticket into the event. It also contains the event's coordinates. Tome locations are outlined below. Several locations were listed, including the Grovewood Cemetery, right near my house. I didn't understand the secrecy or the meaning of the event, but I was compelled to find out more. Something wasn't right, and I wanted to know exactly what it was. I thought that, perhaps, the secret show would shed light on this situation. As such, I decided to find a Stygian tome. I searched for a few hours in the cemetery before finding what I was looking for. Leaning up against one of the gravestones was a small, brown, leather-bound book. I picked it up and inspected it. It lacked any noticeable features, aside from the black silhouette of a ram's head embossed on the front. Inside, there was a single page with the show's coordinates, followed by several blank ones. Despite the lack of characteristics, the book was very nice. Vantablack was going all out for this show. It made me want to attend the event even more, if only out of pure curiosity. The next day, I punched the coordinates into a GPS app on my phone. The place was in town, but seemed to be in the middle of the woods. This made me hesitant, but morbid curiosity outweighed my concern. I would have to walk there, but it wasn't that big of a deal. A hike wouldn't be the worst thing for me. Giving myself enough time to get there before the event started, I set off into the woods behind my house. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the spot. There were no trails, so I fought with branches and briars most of the time. It was hell, but I made it there in time. Upon arriving, I noticed something right off the bat. I saw no instruments or equipment. Kind of hard to play a show without those, right? What I didn't know at the time was there would not be a show, at least not of the musical variety. The members were standing near a large tree, wearing those cloaks they adorned when they first entered Garrett's. Others were showing up. I watched as they walked over to the members, handed in tomes identical to mine, and then stood in a circular formation. I followed. The circular formation was purposeful. On the ground in front of us was a large design, spray painted in red on the ground. It was the symbol I had seen carved into the bathroom wall, contained in a circle. Before I could contemplate its meaning, I noticed Billy walk up and turn in his tome. I was about to wave and say hi to Billy, but I quickly discarded the thought and chose not to. He looked different but familiar. It was the same look he had when swaying during Vantablack's set. I then looked around and realized that everyone looked like that. They were all in a trance, just like they had been during the show. I was the only one out of place. In an attempt to follow the pack, I decided to sport a similar expression on my face. I had to blend in with the true followers. I couldn't risk getting kicked out, especially after I travelled so far. Shortly after this, the vocalist stepped forward and removed his hood. The event was about to begin. Vantablack's vocalist spoke with authority and conviction, reciting the following at the start of the event. "Welcome, believers. We appreciate the journey you've made to get here today. We appreciate the sacrifices you've made in your lives, past, present, and future. We are here now to share the burden. We are here today to unite as one people. Are you with me?" In unison, everyone replied with a loud, "Yes." I failed to do so, but was sure no one noticed. For roughly an hour, the vocalist continued to speak and ask for more synchronized responses. I don't remember much of what he said, as I was more focused on fitting in and fearing what might happen if my true intentions were discovered. I do, however, remember what happened towards the end of the event. It's difficult not to. At the end of the vocalist's long and drawn-out sermon, he raised his left hand and shouted, "No escape, no justice," which I recognized as lyrics from Knowledge of the Damned. The group then repeated this back. I did as well, having caught on by this point. After this, one of the other members of the band came over with the skull of a ram and placed it at the center of the symbol. The vocalist stepped forward until he was directly behind the skull. I didn't know what to expect. At this point, Vantablack's vocalist called out names. Full names. How he had that information, I didn't know. But when he called out a name, that person would step up to the skull and face the vocalist. Billy was the first one called up. Still hypnotized, Billy walked up to the skull and held out his arm. I was confused by this. The vocalist then pulled out a dagger from within his cloak and sliced Billy's arm, allowing the blood to drip onto the skull. Billy didn't react. I did instead. I shook in fear. Was my arm going to be cut as well? What if I screamed in agony? What would they do to me if they found out I wasn't a believer? These were questions that raced through my mind as I watched my friend's blood paint the skull red. I watched in horror as names were called and skin from each person was torn open by the vocalist's blade. I didn't understand, nor did I want to. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I thought about making a run for it, but I knew I wouldn't get far with the plethora of obstacles the forest offered. Plus, I was outnumbered. It would only take one person to catch up with me and drag me back to the ceremony. I decided to stay and play along. My name was the last to be called. I hesitantly stepped forward and faced the vocalist. He stared at me for an awkward length of time before speaking. "Are you a true follower?" "Yes," I said. He continued to observe me and then spoke again. "No escape," he shouted. "No justice," I retorted almost instinctively. The vocalist then sliced my arm open and my blood dripped onto the skull like the others before me. I felt the colour drain from my face, but I didn't react. The pain was great, but my will to live was greater. The vocalist smiled and allowed me to walk back to the herd. I must have played my part well. After slicing my arm open, the vocalist concluded the event by thanking everyone for their participation. I began walking home, but started running when I got far enough away from everyone. I was officially spooked. However, I was more ecstatic that I was able to make it through the event. Who knows what might have happened had I cracked under the pressure. After getting home, I bandaged my arm. I sat down and took a deep breath, thankful to be alive. Vantablack has played many shows at Garrett's Locker since their sadistic ritual in the woods. I haven't gone to any of them. I wasn't affected like everyone else was, and I think it's because of what happened at the beginning of their sets, whether it be a spell, incantation, or ritual. I missed the start of their set that night due to my impromptu bathroom break, and that is most likely what saved me. Despite not going to their shows, I pay close attention to their Facebook page. After every show, they gain more followers. After each surge of likes, they put on another secret show. I don't know what to do. I'm scared of what's happening to my friends. I'm scared of what Vantablack will do next. I thought of calling the cops, but I'm too paranoid. If the members found out that I was trying to put a stop to their antics, I could become a sacrifice in one of their rituals. I have nightmares about that day in the woods. It plays out like it did in real life, only instead of slicing everyone's arms, he stabs them in the heart, killing them instantly. I want to run, but cannot move. After watching everyone else die, the vocalist walks over to me. Just as he's about to deal the final blow, I wake up. Every single night this happens. Why? The thing that scares me most is that I keep finding myself listening to their music. It's the only thing that seems to comfort me. And when I do, I feel the need to join them. I feel the need to be a part of their nefarious cult. And I don't know why. I'm at the end of my rope here, and I can feel myself slipping. Their lyrics keep ringing in my head, and I think they hold true. There is no escape, and there is no justice. I don't think they can be stopped, and I don't think I can keep myself from them any longer. I want their nightmares to end. I think it's time to become a true follower. As of right now, I am 45 years old, but I have only really lived 19 years. Since I was young, my life would jump forward every time something terrible would happen to me. The first time it happened was when I was 6 years old. That is the year my father was involved in a hit and run. I remember wanting to cry, but before I knew it, I felt like all of my grief was gone. I felt at peace, but I felt extremely different. My mother came into my room and told me to get ready for school. Somehow, I knew where all of my clothes were, but they felt like they were much too big to fit me. When I put my shirt and pants on, I realized they fit me perfectly. I went into the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth, but when I walked in, I saw my own reflection. I was a lot taller than before, and my face looked a lot more different. When I ate my breakfast, my mother dropped me off at a middle school. After 30 seconds of confusion, I suddenly knew which class to go to and who my friends were. I knew that I was in 7th grade since I was now 12. I knew that I had a bully, but he was never really that bad. His name was James, and he was always yelled at by his mother when she picked him up from school. My friend's name was Brian, and he was obsessed with his music. Everything was okay with my life for the next 2 years. I met my first crush, but she never liked me back. Brian and I grew closer every day since we had the same classes, and James ended up moving away. Everything was fine until my 14th birthday, when my grandfather had a heart attack in our living room while I was blowing out my candles. After my mother received a call telling her that my grandfather didn't make it, I started to cry. Just moments later, I opened my eyes to find myself sitting at a red light. I looked to my left, expecting to see my mother driving, but found a steering wheel in front of me instead. That is when I had my first meltdown. I screamed at the mirrors that showed a face of a growing man, and I punched the steering wheel until my hands filled with pain. I looked outside the car window when I managed to calm down and realized that everything was different. I knew I was in the same city I always lived in, but there were stores I never even heard of. The park I used to go to all of the time was torn down and replaced with a mattress store. When I heard the car behind me honking, I started to drive to my house. I don't know how I knew how to drive, but somehow I knew what to do, and it felt completely natural. I got to my house to see an old lady sitting outside the house. When I approached her to ask if she were lost, I was struck with the realization that it was my mother, fragile and old, but still sitting there with the smile she always had for me. She asked me how I did on the first year of college, and I numbly told her that I received all A's and made it to the dean's list. I told her I was feeling sick, and she told me to go to my room with a worried look on her face. When I got to my room, I sat in my bed and began to remember everything that happened the last 7 years. Brian moved away when he was 13, and my favourite math teacher was found dead and lying on his desk, completely still. He was dead for 8 hours before they found him. Not much happened afterwards. I graduated high school and went to my first year of college. The girl that I had a crush on is now my girlfriend. We haven't had sex yet, but we both decided to wait until we were married. After 4 years, I graduated college and immediately found a wonderful job as an editor. The day I graduated, I got on one knee to propose to the love of my life, and she said yes. We decided that next September would be the best time for us to get married, to get ourselves financially and emotionally prepared. 3 months before our wedding, my fiancée passed away in a hospital. Knowing what would happen and the depression of her dying hit me at once, and I unwillingly started to cry. I then found myself sitting in a coffee shop, drinking a regular iced coffee. I look around to see where I am, and found myself in the city I grew up in, but this time, everything was different. People have started to look lifeless and uninterested with whatever they were doing. A baby was sitting at the table next to me, just staring at me without any type of emotion. The mother took a look at me and said, "What the hell are you looking at?" I was blown away, not by her statement, but by how monotone she said it. I turned around and sat silently. I know that I am now 32, and I befriended James when he moved next door to me. The fact that he bullied me when we were so young did not affect how close we ended up getting. 2 years after we became friends, James was found in his living room with his intestines wrapped around his head and his organs spread around his body. Before I started remembering anything else, I ran to my mother's house to make sure she was still alive. When I was 3 houses away, I saw that my mother was rocking back and forth in her favourite chair outside. I got up to her and tried to hug her, but she pushed me off and resumed rocking. I looked at her, but she refused to turn my way. When I turned her to face me, I fell back onto the ground. Her face was the same, but her lips were placed in a frown that immediately told me she hated everything about me. Her eyes were pure black as she said, "Don't touch me again if you want to keep your hands." It was monotone, but it made me start to shake in fear. I went 3 streets over to my house, and I laid in my bed for the next 3 days, trying to figure out what the hell was happening. After 3 days, I ran out of food, so I went to the store. Again, everyone is expressionless and just going through the motions of shopping. One person was lying on the floor, acting like he was walking. I stared at him for a couple of minutes, thinking of a way to help him, but a lady hit him with a cart and started to drag him away. I decided right then and there to just live my life as if nothing was different. I got another job as a salesman, and nothing happened for the next 5 years. After 5 years, I decided to revisit my mother. I drove there and pulled into a driveway. She was still rocking on a chair, and I walked up to her. I grabbed her shoulder and lifted her head, thinking she just drifted off. But her head fell off her neck and into my hands. I screamed and dropped her head, and it rolled to the side of my foot. I looked down to see that her face is littered with holes all across her face. Maggots were going in and out of the holes, and I turned around to go to my car. I start to cry, and I know that I am about to lose even more of my life. I woke up and found myself in a chair. The chair that is in front of the computer I am posting this on now. To tell you all that I remember everything now. About how I poisoned my math teacher's apple I gave him at 5 p.m. after he tutored me. I don't know why I did it, but I was tired of seeing people I cared about dying all around me. I remember slicing James's stomach open and ripping out his intestines and wrapping them around his face. I took out his organs and spread them all around him. They never found his heart because I buried it beside the tree we would always sit at and drink beers together. I'm just tired of seeing people dying all around me, and I don't know why people have stopped showing emotions. I don't know why my mother was dead for so long without anybody alerting the police or even an ambulance. All I know is that I am not going to lose any more of my life. Please don't get close to me, because I will try my very best to hold onto the last few years I have. The following manuscript, along with 2 videotapes of security camera footage, was found in the 4th floor of an empty office building next to what remains of a mangled, once locked metal door. The building, located deep in the forest of North Dakota, was repossessed by the city, repaired, and sold to a software company. The tapes and files were thrown away and later stolen from the trash. Their current location remains unknown. What follows is a letter written by Dr. Richard Banks, who has been missing for over 2 years. This is an apology. I've gotten 3 people killed already, and I'm certain that more will follow. I'm sorry for that. I really am. 10 goddamn years of paranormal research tossed in the garbage. Our big, revolutionary project up in flames. But I'm getting off topic. I should start from the beginning. We were fresh out of grad school and newly unemployed, quickly realizing that a PhD doesn't even get you a job teaching science to first graders. That's when my good friend James Weldon approached me with an idea. All 4 of us had been obsessed with the paranormal, but James was really into it. He showed us this study out of Russia where these scientists were able to conjure what they referred to as Ten Shivelik, the Shadow Man. Though we were naturally skeptical at first, all of us were intrigued by this research. The files went into explicit detail about how to conjure, contain, and study the Shadow Man that, for the sake of public safety, I will not repeat here. By some miracle, we acquired what used to be an old office building that was far enough away from the nearest town. We set up what passed for a lab, and 3 weeks later began the ritual. We just about messed ourselves when the inky form appeared in the observation room. We actually did it. The scientist in me was astounded, but the rest of me was deeply unnerved. The Shadow Man was downright creepy. The figure before me was a humanoid shape that didn't look like it was entirely there, almost like it was made out of smoke, like you could put your hand right through it. It had no discernible features. We performed countless tests and experiments on this entity, but much to our disappointment and curiosity, the Shadow Man did not respond to stimuli. Heat, cold, light, dark. We tried it all. It did not react. That's not to say that there were no changes, though. We noticed that, as the days progressed, the Shadow Man grew more corporeal. Its form seemed to solidify and take a more permanent shape. As the Shadow Man evolved, it frightened me even more. It looked more human each day. James thought that the Shadow Man was copying us. While it did appear very human-like, it couldn't get it just right. The Shadow Man's limbs were jagged, like they had been badly broken in several places and had not set properly. Jane Addams, behavioural psychologist and member of our team, had already begun writing a paper on the Shadow Man. We told her that absolutely no one would believe a word of it, that it might even ruin her career. But she didn't care. I guess we were all too blinded by how strange this situation was to think rationally. A couple days later, I was in the observation room by myself. I had stayed late that night, promising to close up when I left. I think the Shadow Man knew I was alone. It approached the glass wall separating us and pressed its bony, mangled fingers against it. The lights went out. The power was still on, as the computers were still running, but the lights turned off and would not come back on no matter what I tried. Though it sounded ridiculous, I thought that the Shadow Man was smart. Now, it was impossible to see the creature in the darkness, and I think that's what it wanted. When I was turned around messing with the fuse box, the Shadow Man began to throw itself against the glass wall. Violently, these bangs rang out in the dark room, reverberating off of the walls and through the air. I ran out of the building and didn't come back until noon the next day, when I was sure the sun would be at its brightest. Aside from that night, the Shadow Man experiment was going pretty well, until James called us into the lab at 3 in the morning. He took me aside, leaving the others in the observation room. James was freaking out as he threw a stack of papers on the table before us. We screwed up. I picked up a few pages and thumbed through them, but I soon realized that, as they were all in Russian, I didn't understand a word of it. I asked him what was wrong and what all of these papers were. He told me that they were new publications from the scientists in Russia, the ones studying the Shadow Man. They're all dead now. The whole town just vanished. He went on about how, after 2 weeks of their experiment, just a few days longer than our own experiment has lasted, they started noticing changes in the Shadow Man. It was becoming malevolent. Then it disappeared. James explained that the papers in my hand were the last publications the scientists released about the Shadow Man, saying that on several occasions, the creature tried to harm the scientists. The physical attacks started small, the Shadow Man clawing and scratching the research team, but quickly escalated into life-threatening incidents, even putting one of the scientists in the hospital. As if this wasn't scary enough, James continued, telling me that the Shadow Man got out of the Russian lab, which was certainly much better equipped than ours was. He rifled through the scattered pieces of paper on the table before pulling out an article from a Russian newspaper about 6 scientists found dead in an empty laboratory. They were ripped apart. An animal attack, the police officers believed. Now, look at this. James handed me another article. Everyone in the town surrounding the lab died the same way. I started at the papers in front of me, not wanting to believe what James was telling me. What have we done? Maybe we should have waited for the results of the Russian experiment before trying to replicate it. I knew that we had to leave. I planned on staying with family living 2 states away, but James said that we had to kill the Shadow Man. Reluctantly, I agreed, knowing that I wouldn't feel right about letting everyone in the city die. But I made James promise me that if we couldn't kill this thing in 2 days, we would leave. He agreed, and with some persuasion, the others did too. Nothing could kill the Shadow Man. Not guns, knives, poison. We even tried spraying it with Raid. We just made it angrier. All of us decided to leave the lab the next morning. We gathered all of our data on the Shadow Man and left it on the table, knowing that whenever the building was sold, someone would find it, and maybe even believe it. Before we were able to leave, the door to the observation room flew off its hinges, smacking against the wall and toppling onto the floor. We sprinted toward the exit, but only James and I made it out. The two of us stood outside, listening to the screaming from in the building. Abruptly, it ended, and James and I took off, not wanting to wait for the Shadow Man to come for us. We came back 2 days later, and we found what was left of Jane smeared on the floor and walls. Lisa Altman, the fourth member of our team, tried to escape the observation room via a 5th-story window. After seeing what happened to Jane, I can tell you that Lisa was better off. This is my apology to you. The Shadow Man experiment was a mistake, and I fully admit that what we did was wrong, even if it's not going to change anything. I've been scouring the internet for days, and there have been no mention of the Shadow Man anywhere. Hopefully that means the Russians and us are the only ones who have been dumb enough to conjure it. James stopped returning my calls yesterday. The Shadow Man caught up with him. I know that I'm as good as dead. I'll leave you with this. Ever since the beginning, the Shadow Man gave me a weird vibe. I was always frightened of it. Please follow your instincts and think twice before you get involved with things like this. If you do, just for a moment, consider the consequences. Regretfully, Richard Banks. The first tape is from a camera mounted on the wall of what is assumed to be the observation room Dr. Banks describes in his letter. 4 people look into a room behind a wall of glass. The footage is low quality, but 5 candidates, 3 of which are unlit, surrounding scattered pieces of scrap metal, are visible in the room. In the middle of the room, behind the glass wall, a figure appears. It is dark and inky and matches almost perfectly Dr. Banks' descriptions. The scientists are clearly excited as they begin to observe the entity, which remains completely still inside the observation room. All of them frantically scratch down notes and snap photos. The second tape, released from police custody after an investigation into the disappearances of the scientists, contains footage of what is believed to be the night the Shadow Man escaped. It appears to have been filmed by the same camera as the first tape. All 4 members of the research team are in the lab, cautiously watching the Shadow Man from behind the glass. The Shadow Man seems to disappear for a moment, and then launches itself at the thick metal door, ripping it off its hinges. The door lands on the laboratory floor 5 feet away from the wall of the observation room. Richard Banks and James Weldon run out of the room. Lisa Altman forces open a window and quickly jumps out of it. Jane Addams stands in the middle of the room, frozen. The Shadow Man pauses for a moment before darting across the room and throwing itself into Jane. When it moves, its limbs swing out almost comically, but in a way that they should not have allowed the entity to move at all. much less as rapidly as it did. The Shadow Man rips apart Jane Addams, flinging pieces of her flesh across the room, tearing her down to the bone. The Shadow Man then exits the observation room through the open door, eyes never leaving the camera as it leaves. Local police departments in the surrounding area have reported a spike in reports of animal attacks and sightings of a disturbing figure stalking the town. Neither Dr. Richard Banks nor any of his potentially living associates have been located. This happened a few years ago, but it is still something that sticks with me. This all happened like a sequence. You never know if things are supposed to happen for a reason or if some unknown outside force influences it. But first, a backstory. My friend, let's call her Jenny, was a cheery, happy-go-lucky young woman. She rode one of them crotch rocket bikes and loved riding it, always up for new and exciting things. She took a job as a security guard for a casino I worked at. She was always that ray of sunshine that would bring you up if you were having a bad day. Even when she was feeling down, she always made it a point to make sure you were feeling better. After a year, she was promoted to a gaming officer. She was really happy, as this was an entry point to get into the upstairs offices. She would tell me often that if she got in, she would try to get me in with her. I worked on the floor, paying out jackpots and getting change for gamers. Not long after her promotion, she started acting funny. Not so much that people noticed it right away, but enough that I noticed it. She would come into work tired or come late, but never said why. I noticed her attitude changed as well. She was more jumpy and cautious than normal. One time, during a conversation we were having on the floor, she stopped and just, as I first thought, stared at me. I realized after a little bit, she wasn't staring at me, but behind me. I turned, but saw nothing. She seemed to snap out of it after a bit and brushed it off as losing her track of thought. I never questioned it at the time. One day she came in 2 hours late. Her supervisor wasn't too happy. He had actually sought me out on the floor to see if I could get hold of her. When she did come in, she looked worse for wear. She was unkempt, baggy red eyes and jittery. When questioned by her superior, she put it as a late night out. When she came to the floor, she pulled me aside and asked me to meet up after work. We met at Denny's, and she proceeded to tell me what was going on. She, as she put it, was having weird stuff happen to her. It started subtly at first, a chill here, a noise there, nothing she couldn't explain away. But as time progressed, things got weirder. The chills got colder, the noises got louder and more frequent. Things were never where she left them. Then, it started happening at work. Her desk was always rearranged from how she left it. She thought that someone was messing with her, even voicing her concern. But nobody ever came forward. When she was walking the floor, she would feel a tap on her shoulder or tug on her shirt, with nobody around. When she would walk to her office, which was located near the uniform room in a less trafficked area of the building, she always heard footsteps in line with hers, as if someone was walking right behind her. She was afraid to use the restrooms as well if no one was with her. It was there one day, she said. She got scared real bad. Answering the call of nature, she had just begun when, she said, there was a single light knock on the stall door. She had announced herself in the stall when someone knocked again. This time, 2 of them, louder than the first. She had said she was using it and to use another when the door began to rattle as if someone was jiggling the handle. Then it stopped. She said she was about to get up when, to her horror, the sliding lock began to slowly move, unlocking itself. Jenny said she flung the door open. No one was there. When she got out of the stall, no one was in there. She was about to walk out when, turning towards the stalls, she said she saw a dark mass, humanoid looking, peeking out behind the furthest stall. She said she has seen it often since. The day she was really late, she said she was awoken from a sleep. It was night, her room was dark, and she couldn't speak nor move. She tried to, she told me, but couldn't. And she had a dreaded feeling like she wasn't alone. The only thing she could move were her eyes, she recalled, and she happened to look up with them, seeing this humanoid mass looking right down at her, a faint glow where her eyes would be. She said she closed her eyes and was able to scream, finally gaining control of her body. She jumped out of bed and tried to turn on the light near her bed, but it wouldn't work. The mass then started to come toward her, blocking her bedroom door. She said she ran into the closet and shut it. The light in the closet worked. She said she was afraid of opening the door. She heard it moving around the room. She fell asleep in there, not waking till late in the morning. She got quickly dressed and came in, hence her appearance. The last week of her life, she stayed with me. Despite the odd occurrences at work, nothing ever happened at my place. She was peaceful. She was sleeping and eating again, and on her days off, she reported nothing happening. The day she died was one of the strangest and scariest days of my life. It started with me going in like normal. I came in at 8, and Jenny came in an hour later. Things were pretty normal, and at 12 we went to lunch. During lunch, she told me she was going to go back to her place. The last week was pretty good, and she hoped that whatever it was had finally left her alone. After that, we went back to our posts. About half an hour after lunch, my supervisors called me in the office and says one of the swing shift people called out and asked if I could pull a double. If I agreed, I could take the next day off or come in and get the overtime. So I agreed. At around the same time, Jenny was asked to stay a few hours more as one of her co-workers had suddenly gotten ill in the stomach and had to go. So she agreed. After that, I got the strangest feeling like I was being watched. I couldn't explain it. I felt someone was staring at me in empty parts of the floor. Jenny told me she started to feel like a weight was being lifted off her, but she also felt like I was in trouble somehow. She said something in the back of her head said that someone was mad at me, like they hated me. But she didn't know who, nor could she explain why it was that specific feeling. My second shift started, and her extra hours started like this. Some of my co-workers reported feeling uneasy around me, while Jenny said that she was becoming like her old self again. When Jenny was getting ready to end a shift at 11 in the evening that night, I took my final break to say goodbye, as I was getting out an hour after her. She said she felt free in what seemed like forever. She wanted to enjoy her ride home. She said she would text me when she made it. We hugged, and I saw her off for what would be the last time. Needing to get back onto the floor, I had the call of nature beckoning me, but I decided I could hold it, or so I thought. As I was making my rounds, that urge came at me strong, literally forcing me to make a mad rush to the employee restroom. I ran in and got the nearest urinal. Relieved, I washed my hands and started to leave when a light, soft knock came from the direction of the stalls. There, peeking out from the farthest stall, was a black mass, humanoid looking, with a soft glow where its eyes should be. I blinked and it was gone. I stood there, literally trying to rationalize if I saw something or not. I looked at the time on my phone. 20 minutes had passed since Jenny left. I looked up, and there it was again. Only this time, I got this really bad feeling that something was wrong, and I bolted out of there. That image was burned into my memory, and has been ever since. I called Jenny, but it went to voicemail. I finished the rest of my shift with that dreaded feeling. After work, I went home and tried calling again. Voicemail. I left her a message to get back to me ASAP. That feeling stayed with me till I fell asleep. My sister broke the news to me that morning. Her boyfriend was an EMT that responded to an accident call. He, Jenny and I, as well as my sister, had all gone to high school together. Being the one that took the call, he was shocked to find her off of the road, about 40 feet to be exact, dead with a broken neck. She had hit the safeguard, this metal piece that curved through the road. He thought it weird that she would have landed 40 feet away, seeing that the speed limit at the turn was only 20, and that later it was determined that she was going 10 miles an hour. No alcohol nor drugs were found in her system, so they thought that she probably fell asleep, and when she hit, she landed neck first and slid to a halt. Though, I was later told by my sister's boyfriend that when he got there, he didn't see anything that looked like she slid. The ground, he remembered, was undisturbed. This has haunted me for a while now. A few weeks ago, I dreamed Jenny was talking to me. I couldn't hear her, and she had this blank, almost emotionless expression. She then points behind me, and there it is. The thing I saw the day my friend died. I'm by no means an artist or a painter. Hell, I can hardly draw. But after that dream, I had to try to depict what I saw in the restroom all those years ago. This is the closest I've gotten to it. One more thing I forgot to mention. When a time of death was given, it was around 11:20 p.m. The same time I saw that thing. Update. It's been years since I've been at that casino. I recently went back to my hometown where it's located and caught up with old friends who still work there. Apparently that thing is following another friend of mine like it did Jenny. My friend suffered a nervous breakdown during his shift. The girl I spoke to said he was always acting weirder than normal, culminating in his screaming and ranting about the shadow that won't leave him alone. Only a close few people know about what Jenny went through and what I experienced, and the girl I spoke to was one of them. She mentioned that other things have been happening. My brother, who started working security there a few years ago, mentioned something creepy he once witnessed. The security team usually have a driver who drives around the property to make sure the parking areas and the back part of the casino is safe. Behind the casino are these dumpster areas that the food and beverage and custodial teams use. Well, my brother tells me that one night he went on break. There is a patio area outside that employees use to sit outside or to smoke. There is a wall around it, but on the other side is the dumpsters. He goes to the patio with one of the food and beverage girls to smoke. During this time, they hear faint crying. At the same time, over his radio, he hears the truck driver calling in a female he spots crying in the corner of the dumpsters. He says the driver describes her as short, long dark hair, blue sweater and jeans with no shoes on. She's crouched in the corner, back to him, sobbing, as he said, loud. My brother, of course, being on the opposite side of the wall, can barely hear the crying. Well, he then says the driver calls it into surveillance. There are 2 cameras that point in that direction, one seeing that particular corner very well. After he calls it in, surveillance gets back to him, asking what he's talking about. This is how he put it. "What are you calling in again?" "A female in the corner of the dumpsters crying. She's not responding to my calls." "Okay, we see you, but we don't see a girl." "What do you mean? She's right in front of me." "No, sir, all we see is you, no one else." "Are you serious? You don't see the girl right here?" "No, sir. If you are joking, then it's a bad one, not to mention a waste of our time." That's about the time my brother says the crying stopped, followed by a shriek from the driver and him burning rubber out of there. My brother went on to say that the driver was visibly shaken and trembling. When pressed by his supervisors about what happened, he related that, after surveillance said she wasn't there, she stopped crying and stood up, her head falling back like it had no neck bones, and she started to walk towards him, but backwards, with her head dangling to the side. He shrieked and got out of there. What was disturbing as well to my brother was that later, the driver said that when her head fell back, it had no face. I must say, some creepy stuff is going on there. I wonder though, the way he described the girl, I wonder if it was Jenny. Even though she didn't die at the casino, I wonder if that thing is keeping her trapped there. I've told this story many times, and without exception, it has provoked the same reaction: disbelief. No matter how difficult it is for people to process, and no matter how many conventional explanations have been offered, this did happen, and it's an experience I will never forget. It started with a friend of mine, Stuart, who had always been interested in the supernatural. I, on the other hand, had no more interest in it than the next person. Of course, I'm curious about whether there is life after death, and for selfish reasons, but I prefer to leave these things to themselves, as I find the entire subject morbid. I'm sure I'll learn the truth in the end, but until that day, I'd rather not ask the question for fear of the answer, either way. Stuart was captivated by the paranormal. He lived and breathed it. But our friendship had developed through another of his passions, film. And although he often asked me to go on one of his investigations, I always replied that I preferred such things to remain on the cinema screen and to stay there. We'd go for a few beers regularly at Farland's Bar on the main street or catch a film at the local cinema with some mutual friends. Then suddenly, I didn't see or hear from him for a couple of weeks, which was peculiar, but I assumed he was simply busy, and so I left it at that. It was 3:04 a.m. when he called. I was angry at first that he'd woken me, but then I heard the sound of his voice. Anger quickly bled into concern. Stuart was always such an upbeat guy, but that night his voice sounded distant, and there was a new uncertainty I had never sensed before, which quivered underneath each word, unsettling me. "I need you to come get me," he said in a low whisper. "What's wrong? Where are you?" I asked. "I can't talk for long. Just come to the old botanical gardens at the edge of town." His breath became increasingly laboured and agitated as he spoke. "Stuart, if you're in trouble, call the police." "No!" he exclaimed in a unique mix of whisper and shout. "I'm not meant to be here. They'll arrest me. Just come to the botanical gardens and send me a text when you're waiting outside. I have to go." And with that, he hung up. 10 minutes later, I was in my car and driving to the edge of Windham Town. It was an autumn night, and as I passed landmarks which were usually familiar to me during the day, each twisted tree branch and leaf-covered garden took on a more threatening nature than I was used to. The night revealing an unapparent side to the town I loved. It seemed strange to me that Stuart would be in the botanical gardens at night. He quite regularly went away on nocturnal investigations of abandoned hospitals and other supposedly haunted locations. But that place didn't seem like an obvious choice for such things. In the past, the gardens housed beautiful, exotic trees, plants, and wildlife under a massive greenhouse, which must have been over 200 feet in length. But it had been shut down for a few decades. I guess the townsfolk didn't frequent it enough to keep it afloat. Even when I was a kid, the place was just fodder for a rock or two, shattering many of its countless planes of glass, each held in place by a rusted frame. Although admittedly, my throw fell short more often than not. I know my dad talked about going there when he was a kid, amazed by the place. A self-contained tropical landscape, even during Windham's bleakest winters. I pulled up in front of a large metal fence. It had been erected years previous, encircling what was left of the botanical gardens and its grounds, no doubt to dissuade new generations of rock throwers. On its gate hung a mud-smeared sign displaying the words, "No trespassing," in no uncertain terms. Stuart obviously hadn't bothered with the warning, no doubt more interested on catching a glimpse of something otherworldly inside. I left the engine running, as it was a little cold out, but just as I unlocked my phone, I received a message. "Kill your lights." And so I did. Then another message quickly followed. "Don't call me, whatever you do." I began to develop the distinct impression that Stuart and I were not the only ones present out there in the night. A nervousness crept into my breath, and as I sat there looking into the darkness of the gardens, partially obscured by a web of fencing, I felt as though something was staring back. For a moment, I was unsure how to proceed, but was then startled by another text message, and frightened by the thought that Stuart was in there, somewhere, and about to be grabbed by a burly security guard, a local gang, or worse. I adhered to his instructions. "Follow my light and get me the hell out of here." And there it was, Stuart's torch flickering for a brief moment, before being engulfed by the darkness once more. I opened the car door, the night uncomfortably cold as it washed over me. Just 30 minutes earlier, I had been cozy, sleeping in my bed, and now this, climbing over a fence and walking into God knows what. The fence rattled as I pulled myself up, and as I reached the top, I looked across the pitch night and seriously reconsidered going any further. Then, Stuart's torchlight flashed again, and I knew I couldn't leave him, possibly injured or trapped, with the chilled October air threatening worse. I jumped down from the fence as quietly as I could, my feet muffled by the whispering grass below. The ground was wet, and the unattended grass and bushes which surrounded the main building made progress difficult. The light flashed again, 3 times in fact, before Stuart turned it off once more. I was sure now that he was growing more agitated, and so I continued in the direction of the once glass building to reach my friend as quickly as possible. But my footsteps were uncertain, and my eyes struggled to pierce the dark. I took out my phone and used the LED light on its back to see where I was going. As I walked towards the large, shadowed outline of the garden building, I grew increasingly apprehensive. There were only 3 possible reasons why Stuart turned on his torch intermittently. One was that it had been broken somehow. Perhaps he could only get it to flicker into life every few minutes. Another explanation would be that the battery was low. Perhaps he was lost and switched it off to conserve what little juice it had left. The last explanation was a less appealing one. I switched my light off at the thought of it. Perhaps he didn't want to draw too much attention to his location. Maybe he was frightened that someone else would find him first. The darkness stood before me, a wall of black which blanketed all. It was hopeless. I was going to have to switch the light on to see where I was going. I remembered when I was 14 and had nearly fallen down an old drainage shaft when I was camping at night with friends. I always shuddered thinking about that, about how bad that fall could have been. I needed to see where I was going. If a security guard came and found me, then that was a better outcome than falling into the darkness somewhere unseen. And yet, the thought of a night guard seemed far-fetched. The old building had been derelict for years, and it seemed unlikely that the town would waste money on wages for someone to patrol the area at night. Finally, I reached the building. Its base, made of red brick, which had held up surprisingly well for all its years of neglect. The same could not be said of the frame. Large metal struts reached up to the sky, forming a huge, domed roof. I could see pieces of the frame lying on the floor, and in the dim light from my phone, I thought I saw strands of it hanging from the roof, just waiting to break off and impale any unwelcome trespassers. I cringed at the thought of my friend lying somewhere inside, perhaps impaled or trapped by falling metal and masonry. Stuart's light flickered again, and then disappeared. It was indeed coming from inside, and as I ducked under and then through one of the countless empty metal frames, I realized that he was somewhere in the middle of the building. Despite having no solid walls, there was an echo of sorts to the place. Subtle, my footsteps ricocheting gently off the concrete floor and then filtered out into the bleakness of the night. That was when I first noticed it. The cold. Sure, it was always cold in October, but as I slowly progressed, shards of broken glass cracking occasionally under my weight, a chill in the air grew more pronounced. It bit at my exposed face, and I was convinced that if I looked in a mirror, my nose would have been bright red. There, Stuart's light. It was closer now, and for the first time, I saw the light reflected upwards for a moment and illuminate Stuart's outline. As I drew nearer, the night closed in, and the cold was now becoming almost unbearable. My hands ached from the bones outwards, and the air froze my insides with each breath. I was now only a few meters away from the center of that old glassless dome and my friend. The light flickered again, but it seemed obscured somehow, as if Stuart had turned his back on me. The light from his torch bathing him in illumination only for the briefest of seconds. "Stuart, it's Mike. Are you okay?" I said softly. "Yes, let's get the hell out of here," he replied nervously. Then, a new noise joined us. Just as I opened my mouth to whisper across to Stuart and ask him if he was hurt, the sound of broken glass breaking under weight echoed from behind. It came from somewhere behind us, and was subtle at first, but there was no doubt. I could hear movement. Yes, footsteps, more pronounced. They were moving towards us. Then they stopped. All I could hear was my heart thumping, the adrenaline of apprehension coursing through my veins. Quickly, I switched off the light from my phone, hoping to obscure our location. "Someone else is in here," I said. "I know," whispered Stuart. "They've been wandering around me for hours." Then the footsteps moved again, this time circling, prowling under the cover of night. I knew then why Stuart had called me. Someone was taunting him. They had been in that broken glass dome all along, terrifying my friend and me in the process. No doubt he had been terrified, but now there were two of us, and whoever was circling, there was surely one. I decided we would act, pick a direction and stick to it. I moved close to my friend and whispered, "Follow me." "Sure." That word still haunts me. The light from Stuart's torch came on once more. But, you see, it wasn't a torch. And whoever was standing right in front of me was not my friend Stuart. A strange light emanated from inside the throat of what I can only describe as the figure of a woman. The light bled out through translucent skin, which seemed to take on the appearance of night, and the light forced its way up and out of her gaping mouth. At that moment, Stuart appeared from the darkness, grabbed my arm, and before I knew it, we were running. Our feet scrambled over broken glass, pummeling it further into smaller shards. I looked over my shoulder, and the horrid figure, light source and all, was chasing us. The light from her throat and mouth seemed to pulse with intermittent fury, and as we reached the metal frame of the building, she screamed words of hate and anguish, a rasping anger filled with nothing but contempt for the living. Before I knew it, we had escaped the gardens, that screeching creature seemingly constrained to the boundaries of that derelict building. We reached the fence, then the car, and then home, where I fixed both Stuart and I a large whiskey as we tried to calm our nerves. As it turned out, Stuart had been on one of his investigations as I thought. He'd heard stories of strange lights coming from the old Botanical Gardens building at night and thought he would check it out. He got more than he bargained for, that's for sure. At first, the old building seemed empty, but as the night drew in, he felt as though he was being watched. Suddenly, the batteries from his torch drained. The spare batteries he always carried with him were equally unresponsive, and so he was left in the darkness alone. It was then that he heard the footsteps, and the woman's voice who simply kept saying, "I know you're here. I know you're watching me." To Stuart, it sounded like she was pacing up and down, occasionally standing over him as he hid on the floor. God knows what would have happened if she'd found him. I'm sure you have realized by now that Stuart claims he never called me on his phone or sent any text messages. Indeed, he dropped it in the darkness and still hasn't found it to this day. We talk about that night occasionally, and Stuart hasn't been on an investigation since. He lost the stomach for it, and who can blame him? My unease with the memory of that night, however, doesn't revolve around the fear of meeting some spectral creature in the night. I intend to stay as far away from any haunted place as I can. It's more a fear which grabs me occasionally when I really think about what that night meant. If that horrid apparition is in any way what happens to us all when we die, that we are filled with such hatred for the living, I'd prefer to believe that there is no life after death. For what we encountered that night was a twisted reflection of all that is good in each of us, and if no good can remain, I would rather not exist at all. My father was a quiet man when I was growing up. He wasn't cruel or cold. He wasn't neglectful. He was just quiet. When he did speak, he did so in a mild, soft-spoken tone, the audio equivalent of tofu. It was the voice of a man who just hated stepping on anyone's toes. Mum died during childbirth, so he had to bring me up all on his own. Looking at my life now, I'd like to believe that he did a good job laying the groundwork for the person I'd go on to become. I think that's a fact a lot of people like to ignore. I had the privilege of being shaped by my childhood. For some people, adult life is just the process of getting over it. We waste too much time in life paying for mistakes we never make, and forgetting or overwriting relationships we never asked for. I'm a truly lucky individual to be able to say that this isn't the case for me. Like most people, my childhood is a blur, with a few notable snapshots floating at the surface of the mist. The older you are, the thicker that mist gets, until all the photos of the past look faded and distorted. It's not a long story I'm here to tell today, but it's one that warrants telling before the snapshot fades. When I was 10 years old, I suffered from a series of inexplicable nightmares. The primary reason for the inexplicable label is the fact that I was still awake when they were happening. I'm sure a lot of you are already getting ready to tell me that I was suffering from sleep paralysis at the time, but that wasn't the case. I could get up, move, and interact with the room around me. I even made several mad runs to my bedroom door to escape the nightmares that enveloped me, to no avail. That's because, as it turned out, my nightmares were real. It always played out the same way. A shadow with no light to cast it would slither up my bedroom wall, twisted and gaunt like a poorly made scarecrow. 2 burning cigarette tip eyes would sizzle into life, and a low growl would come rattling out of the darkness. After that, things got worse. "Stupid boy," the shadow would hiss in a malignant tone of a bitter old man. "Little screw-up, raised to be a soft little goddamn pussy." These were words I'd only heard the bad kids on the playground say, and to hear them spat at me in such an authoritative squall struck the fear of God into me. It's a funny turn of phrase to use, looking back, because that thing, that monster, couldn't have been further from God. So many nights bled away, listening to the monster, praying for sleep. I was too afraid to tell my dad, not because I thought he'd react badly, but because I was worried about putting the monster on his shoulders too. He'd had so much work to do after Mum died. I couldn't bear to make him worry about this too. It was almost like the nexus of phobia and insomnia. I couldn't sleep, and I was scared witless on a nightly basis. "Baby, screw up, coward, pussy." I'd heard more venom in the words of the monster over those few weeks than I had in the entirety of my life up to that point. It took its toll, definitely. I lost sleep, ate less, withdrew myself from my friendship groups and my studies in school. The words of that long, cruel shadow were destroying my life, piece by piece. Eventually, something had to give. So, I walked up to my dad as he ate breakfast and drank his morning coffee. "Dad?" I asked, suddenly noticing the tremor in my voice. He took a slow sip of his coffee and looked up at me with a subdued smile. It was just like him, measured, reasonable. He barely ever showed an extreme emotion in either direction. "Dad, I've got something to tell you. Something bad." There was a flare of recognition in his eyes as he grabbed a chair by its back and untucked it. "Come sit up here, son. Tell me about it," he said, taking another slow sip of his coffee. I did as he asked, trying to stay calm. I felt as though the monster had gotten to me somehow, had fundamentally changed the way my brain operated. It had conditioned me to be meek, quiet, docile. "I have problems in my room," I said, feeling that telltale tremor again. "I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want you to worry. You might have not believed me and thought I was crazy and... By then, I was crying. Hot tears glazed my reddened cheeks. But there was something else. I felt my dad's big, strong hand wrap around my shoulders as he gazed lovingly into my eyes. "You can tell me anything, son. There's nothing we can't sort out together. The problem can seem big, but if you tell me, we can get it solved." That shocked me more than anything. This is probably an exaggeration, but it felt like the longest, uninterrupted sentence he'd ever said to me. Hearing him articulate like that gave me the strength to tell my story. And I did. I told him the whole thing. Once I was done, my dad gave a long, quivered sigh. He was crying too. There's something unsettling about that, seeing your father cry. He's meant to dry your tears. He's meant to be too strong to cry. That's a silly notion all kids have, until they realise grown-ups are just kids who got better at pretending they have a clue what's going on. "What's wrong, Dad?" I asked. He looked up at me, trying to maintain a weak smile. "My dad, he wasn't very nice, son. He was a really scary guy. He used to drink, he used to say such terrible things. Sometimes he got really angry. He'd even hit your grandma and I. As I got older, I got better at fighting him off. But in the end, he'd always win." Dad said, a note of anger rising in his voice. "There was nobody bigger, meaner than your grandfather, son. I spent my nights listening to him chew out your grandmother, and I just wished that he'd die. I wished that he'd have a heart attack and just drop dead, or crash his car on the way home." Dad sighed and shook his head again. "Imagine that, wishing death on your own father. Well, I got my wish before I ever met your mother. He had what's called a brain aneurysm, which is like a burst blood vessel in your brain. The doctors told me he wouldn't even have had time to realize he was dying." Dad gritted his teeth in what seemed like regret during that last part. I think I'll always remember that. He was gone, just like that. And I was so angry, son. So angry, because I felt like I'd been conned. Like he deserved so much worse than that. Cruel, twisted old men don't deserve those kinds of endings. This was the first time Dad had ever spoken about Grandpa. I didn't even know I'd had one before then. "I carried that anger around with me for a while, son. But the thing about anger is that it's always just fear that got out of hand. My dad, he was afraid of being small, so he made my mom and I feel small so he could get to feel big. He was nothing but a loser, preying on the weak," Dad said. And it took me a while to realize what I was afraid of, son. I was afraid of turning into him, especially after your mother died. I got so upset, you see, and all that fear and sadness could have turned to anger if I let it. But I wouldn't let it, because I'm not him. At this, his lower lip began to quiver. That, a person at any age always knows, is what precipitates the final breakdown. And sure enough, it did. In moments, my quiet, reserved dad was a sobbing mess. "I'm not him, goddammit! I'm not him! I'm not him!" he spluttered through his tears. "I'd never hurt you like that, son. I'd never hurt anyone like that." He took a moment to calm down, wiping his tears away on a kitchen towel, before turning back to me. "And I'm not gonna let him hurt you either, son. I know it's him. The things he said to you are the same things he said to me. I don't know how he's still here, whatever ugly, black stain of him still exists on the world, but that stops here." Dad leaned forward and pulled me into his embrace. "You're my son, not his. That old dead asshole will never say another word to you." It didn't make sense back then, but now I know why my father acted like he did, why he was so quiet, so reserved. He was afraid of ever turning into the monster on the wall, into my cruel, dead grandfather. And he was worried that if he ever lost control, if he ever took his eyes off the little emotional dial twitching in his head, the monster in him would come out too. But he was wrong. There was never any monster in him. My dad was, and is, the greatest man I ever knew. That night, as I settled down to sleep, my father sat next to my bed. He held my tiny hand in his great palm, comforting in the way you'd assume God would be. That's what they were in the end, God and the devil. What separated them was how they chose to treat the people inside their power. Love or malice. That's all it ever came down to. When the shadow stretched across the wall, like it always did, I felt my father's hand tense around mine. Even bathed in all that darkness, he recognized the shape of his father. "Leave me alone with the boy," he hissed at the shadow. "You're raising him wrong, Michael. You don't want him to turn into some limp-wristed pussy, do you? I never would have wanted that for you." "What you want doesn't matter," my father growled, his voice stronger than steel. "What you want never mattered. You're just a stupid, hateful old man. You had your goddamn time. Now get out of our lives." The shadow seemed to warp and undulate against the wall, its red eyes burning brighter. "You listen to me, Dad," I heard my father say, his voice laced with quiet fury. "This is my house. This is my son. If ever you set another foot in here again, I'll drag you all the way to hell myself, and that's a goddamn promise." Another long, protracted hiss, like air being let out of a balloon. I dared to open my eyes and see the dark stain of my grandfather evaporate from my wall, leaving the plain blue paint that had always been there. Dad talked a lot more after that. He smiled and laughed and joked an awful lot more after that too. As best as I could tell, he'd finally put that ugly part of his life to rest, and it allowed him to appreciate what he had. I never saw my grandfather ever again. It's been over 20 years since then, and my dad is sadly no longer with us. But as I took my 5-year-old son into his bed and sing him a lullaby, before turning around to leave and looking at the plain blue paint of his bedroom wall, it occurred to me that the best things in life are things you only notice when they're gone. As I type this, laying in bed next to my beautiful wife, our whole lives and the life of our son ahead of us, I can think of one final sentiment. Thank you, Dad, for everything, for being there for me, for always listening to me, and for giving me the childhood you never had. And for that, and my son will always be grateful.